Oh, fuck me. Ay. Do this real quick here. Let's put that right there. Let's see here. Do this real quick. There we go. Oh. Oh my goodness, that felt really good. Oh, that felt nice. Just how, like, all this dank, I'm not sure. It's gonna be nice. What's up, handsome boy? What's up, Zook? Well, you sweet little handsome thing, you. You can reach it. There you go, bud. Can I help you, bud? It looks like you want something, do you? You want our treat. Aww. Are you yawning? You sweet baby. Come on, some boy. Here. I'll do this real. Get one of these little things. This will distract you for a minute. Up. You're using me as a cheat, you know this, right? You can't do that. No, baby. Can't use me as a cheat. Oh, come on. There you go. Oh, sweet thing. Just a sweet little thing. So it's all grind up here now. There we go. You little scrounger. What are you scrounging around for, bud? What are you scrounging around for? You got your treat and now you're thinking it's gonna be like somehow scattered throughout the floor, and you're like, huh, I shall sniff and lick this floor and attempt to gather every last little bit of that treat. It's like, I don't know if that's how it works there, Zukov. Yeah, I don't know if that's how, you know, getting every last little bit of that treat works. Sweet little thing, huh? He just, at the end of the day, just a sweet little thing. God, he's such a dork. Well, I kind of found out a little more from my weird-ass little YouTube boring shit. Apparently that was a stream that I did for fucking like 3 years ago or something. So I don't know what the fuck, how in the hell, like, a stream 3 years later ends up out of nowhere just being like, hey, you're dinged. It's like, huh? Either the algorithm is just really fucking weird and stupid, or like somebody fucking reported? I mean, I got no clue. But it's pretty... It's kind of funny, honestly. It's like, oh, it's from that fucking far away. And it's like, I'll notice that my show will get age restricted randomly sometimes. It'll be like weeks or even a month or so after I do this stream and shit. But then every now and then it'll be like, hey, this has been age restricted. I'm like, click the stream and it's like from 2 years ago, and I'm like, so it wasn't age restricted, but for some reason it's like now it is. It's like, okay, cool, I guess. So man, that's always fun. I'm gonna hold on to your paw, yeah, because you have it all my leg, so that's what you get. Little prick. Just cute little prick. Don't be poking me. I should pop in for these drinks here. Should I do the Mango Cart or the Big Ballard first? Nah, I'll do the Ballard first. Kinda hit a little tougher right off the bat. Sounds like a good fun time. Nice firm crisp opening. And my back and my neck is definitely feeling it today. Was so much this morning, but now after this day, oh, it's a feeling. It definitely is a feeling. So Let's get this bowl going here. Quit a lot of battling around on that. Then just go from there. Essentially see what random absurdities could be a cruising for a bruising on the tubing. Which I imagine ain't gonna be too much. Well, yeah, actually, if I wasn't cut off earlier from my coworker and shit, all in all, I actually, we'll probably look at that gay Satanist shit again later, actually, just because I didn't get to actually totally react to it or check it out earlier this morning when I was streaming, so I'll just do that again. Check that out. Because there was a little bit more that I saw on my break when I was at work, and I was like, oh my god, this is... It went from amazing to even better and better and better as, like, more and more kept going on. So, that's... Oh, just a perfect gem of beauty. Happy? What's this about? An Olympic women's hockey game between Canada and the Russian Olympic Committee was delayed for approximately 1 hour due to COVID-19 concerns, and then when it was finally time to, for the puck drop, both teams competed on the ice while wearing masks. Huh. Upon learning prior to the game that the ROC's COVID-19 test results have been delayed, Canada's national team did not come out of the locker room, compounding Canada's cautiousness was the fact that several ROC players had tested positive for the virus earlier in the Olympics. The teams and officials huddled after a 65-minute delay. Both squads returned to the ice rink with masks. Huh. By the third period, the ROC test results come back, revealing no positive tests. The ROC player removed their masks for that period, but the Canadians kept theirs on until the end of the game. In the end, Canada easily prevailed 6-1. Cool. Oh, a bunch of Canadians, eh? Gonna beat the Russians at hockey, eh? We could definitely beat them at one thing there. And show them what's about. Show them what it's all about, eh? And we get to do it in masks too. Show you that, you know, what's all about. Because you actually can't breathe when you're wearing a mask. Because we're playing hockey. And we're Olympians too. Sorry. Get vexed there, you idiot. Hey. Can you quit pawing at me? You silly thing, Yuzikov. You silly thing. Hey. Do you have to, like, lick and snoot your nose into everything? You pretty boy. Sweet little boy. Jeez Louise. What are you trying to get at there, buddy? Hmm? What you trying to get at? Okay. Some major responses here. Oh my god, I cannot fucking type. Jesus Christ. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Cool. Medicine delivered. Okay. So whatever random bullshit is happening here now. It's from random Canadian Olympians fucking marking the Russian Olympic Committee. Did despite the delayments and everything. I wonder if they use that as just like, alright, delayed on the hockey game, so we'll just like practice a little bit, do more stretches, all that fun shit. And they literally remastered the entire time. Just not give a fuck. It's like, alright, I can kind of dig it a little bit. Because I love the, oh, I can't breathe in these masks, are uncomfortable, but it's like, you got literal Olympians who are fucking like playing an entire game of that with those things on. It's like, don't bitch. Like, when you got them playing games full on with those things on the entire time, it's like, yeah, there ain't no room, bitch. What else happening, y'all? Shot. Final order boosts pay of 200k construction workers. Oh. Well, shit, that's actually some legitimately somewhat positive news. Well, not just somewhat, but actually, yeah. Well, what's this all, man?
Shocking segment for everybody here. We have some real good news, believe it or not.
Wow.
Take a look.
I mean, I'm a little, like, I'm actually a little perplexed now. It's like, wait, good news? That's from the US Gov? What? And it doesn't fuck over average people? Oh my goodness.
An executive order boosting
it actually helps them?
100,000 construction workers. U.S. President Joe Biden will sign an executive order on Friday requiring project labor agreements in federal construction projects over $35 million, potential boost to workers and unions that negotiate these deals, and a shift the administration says will speed up building times. The order will apply to $260 billion in federal construction and contracting and impact nearly 200,000 workers, the White House said late on Thursday, confirming news first reported by Reuters. Now, before I give you more specifics, let me just say this.
Cool.
I'm astonished at how terrible Democrats are at politics, because this is something he's doing that's good, and I never heard him say anything about it, and the media never covered it, and certainly no Democrats are hitting the Sunday shows and
Jeez, okay.
Going all in on this narrative. Like, he's boosting construction workers' pay. Isn't that awesome?
I mean, that literally actually, I'm a little perplexed. Yeah, I mean, that's the first time I'm hearing about it. I'm assuming he probably did this a few days ago or like a week ago or something. And yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's all about like, oh, how, is the entire party going to do this or that? Especially when you have like this boogeyman or that boogeyman. It's like, oh my God, shut up. I mean, there's so much actual pressure that can be done for some really easy, simple shit like this. Like, what did this take us? A stroke of the pen? Like, there's a lot of things just dead ass that can be done with a stroke of the pen by that motherfucker, but for the most part, doesn't do anything. I mean, at least, in this case, there's actually some good news with that. It's like, alright, construction workers actually get a legitimate benefit and a boost out of that. Like, that's some good shit. If anything, that also can help incentivize, expansion into that type of industry overall. Considering the crumbling infrastructure in this country as it is, that's definitely needed. So, I mean, it ain't no, like, Build Back Better, not that, like, at this point, that's fucking, good anymore at this rate. And it's definitely not the, like, an actual sound infrastructure bill like the one that was passed isn't. So, I mean, it's nonetheless, though, some legit positive news. So, I'll take a toast to it. Alright. And do that for everyone else. And do that for, like, the rest of the country there, you fuck.
We covered a story on the last show, or actually 2 stories in one on the last show. There's a new Intel semiconductor microchip factory that's being built. There's a new GM, electric vehicle and electric battery factory that's being built. This is in, I think it's Ohio for the semiconductor factory, and Michigan for the new GM factories, plural, I believe. And
oh, so there's actually, like, industry coming back? Okay.
Jobs.
I mean, especially in places like Michigan and Ohio, like, these are historically known as, like, very hustle and bustling, strong, like, labor-based fucking, like, like, working class areas of, like, strong industry and shit. Especially, like, Michigan for, like, the automotive industry. I mean, fuck yeah. I mean, so, in a way, this is kind of, like, potentially, maybe, like, some of the first steps of, some of this manufacturing and, industry coming back, in a sense, because of a lot of this rise of labor militancy. So, I mean, I definitely can't look at this and be like, what? I mean, it's just too, that's actually kind of a curveball. I mean, it's like, it's coming in on this, like, my day, it's just damn rough one. A little, not shitty, not great, just rough. And then this, it's like, oh, okay. My day went from rough to, like, oh. It just went to, like, okay. I mean, it's like, damn, alright. I could definitely get down with Biden actually putting out an order to boost, construction worker pay and shit. I mean, that's just gonna expand that, really. Like, honestly, like, when it comes to that type of shit, just considering the mass need for infrastructure work in this country. So, I'm finding it hard to bash it, aside from expand it further. Like, it shouldn't just be construction workers getting this boost of pay. It should be everybody. But nonetheless, they at least got their shake.
Roaring back, because what happened is these corporations realized, hey, maybe it is in our material interest, and maybe it's even good for our bottom line to not be so dependent on China and not be so dependent on foreign countries, because then when we have a global pandemic and the ports get clogged, we're screwed. And
not only that, but it also kind of legit rebutes the whole idea that, like, quantity is better than quality, because part of the quantity is to get cheaper labor and cheaper production overseas, and that's the one of the main reasons why there was a lot of outsourcing. And now, especially due to the pandemic, now there's been, like, backlogs and all this other shit where it's like, we can't really just get all of our quantity of shit because it's kind of backed up. This ain't really working out anymore. We might have to, kind of go back to our more quality standard and kind of, do that back home now, I guess. Try to push the quantity, but now I guess we have to abide by quality standards, I guess. Blah, blah, blah. So, they're not gonna be too happy about it, obviously, but they have to. Because, I mean, if they want to keep making the profits they usually do, because, I mean, especially right now they're not, they're going to have to do that. Like, just by, obligation at that point. Unless they, like, can figure out a way to be like, alright, we're going to, we're dope, like, some way to fucking get the, like, supply chain going again. I mean, I'm sure there's ways to do it, but that probably takes time. You can't just, like, we're dope-a-doke, a way to do it, you know what I mean? You can't just do that shit overnight.
The materials they need to build cars. And so they're realizing, well, shit, maybe if we pay workers here a decent wage as opposed to paying pennies on the dollar overseas, maybe in the long run it actually will be more profitable for us, because when we control the supply line from here, we'll be better off. We'll be better.
Plus, those people will have money. And they can use that money to buy the shit that the corporations want those people to buy. And for like these, automotive cars and like, and that type of shit. Like electric vehicles, as this kind of becomes more commercialized. Like GMC's doing, with the different factories in Michigan and shit. I mean, it's just going to help put more money into people's pockets that get jobs there, and thus, give them a better opportunity to get, maybe one of those GMC cars, or, or some other, thing that, is made, from some more quality manufacturing that is either here or regional, locally, elsewhere, like maybe Canada or some shit. Where the, quality of the production of those products are just, at higher standards in comparison to just it being outsourced to cheap labor and production due to a lot of various exploitative means. So.
Some global cataclysmic event ruining the supply chain and destroying the economy and ruining our bottom line. So, but the Democrats don't talk about it. Nobody went out there and talked about it. The only one I saw was Ro Khanna. But no other Democrat talked about it. No other.
I mean, oh my God. I don't even want to give him credit for anything at this point, because he's literally just a fucking, either a literal, like, naive puppet or a just wolf in sheep's clothing. Like, one or the other. Like, that dude is just so fucking, like, disingenuous with his, like, oh, I respect the honesty and, the dignity of Manchin and blah, 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 and, respect that he'll come to the table about these things and push, different climate incentive policies and all, while literally being a coal baron. It's like, no. It's like, fuck you, dude. You're either so naively, just ignorant of the fucking reality that you shouldn't even be there, or you're a wolf in sheep's clothing and you shouldn't be there. So, it's like, honestly, I, as far as I'm concerned, I've had enough of that fuck, Ro Khanna. Like, I mean, he can, he can be voted out and fall into obscurity, or, get a lobbying job for fucking Joe Manchin for all I give a shit. Maybe he can, like, fucking, get a lobbying career for Kirsten Sinema or something.
Didn't say a goddamn word about it. If he did,
as far as I give a shit.
So if Trump did this, he would be out there, right? He would have, like, a 10-tweet thread where he talks about how wonderful he is, and he sucks himself off, and he's like, we're doing a tremendous job, an amazing job, raising pay for construction workers. I am delivering on the MAGA agenda. But these guys, nothing. Crickets. Silence. Bupkis. So anyway, let me give you more information. Project labor agreements are...
Honestly, like, dude, if for some weird reality Trump actually did that, he would literally never shut the fuck up about it. And honestly, for good reason. Like, if I was president and I did something like this, I literally wouldn't shut the fuck up about it for, like, a week. It would use that as a justification to do other shit. Like, it's like, yeah, I boosted and raised the pay of, over 200,000 construction workers and, seek to expand that and continue doing the same in other industries. Fuck you, that's why. Like, I mean...
It's between building trade unions and contractors, which set wages, employment conditions, and dispute.
Just thinking about, while obviously the reality of, the MAGA side of things doing that is pretty much slim to none, but if they were, they literally would never shut up about it. They just would never shut up about it. And that's, at least, for something like that, would be good. It's like, yeah, if you're raising the, pay of, almost 250,000 of workers in the country, that's going to just straight up boost popularity, even if there's people that aren't in that industry. It's kind of just immediately put some, popularity points on Biden just immediately from that. It went from, 1% to, 8. It went from, 8% now. So it's like, alright, yay. You did a thing that's actually kind of good. Yay. Now do it again with other shit and do more. Yay. It's like, okay. I'm not exactly going to yay too hardcore about it, but yeah, I mean, it's actually good. I'll give them that.
On specific projects. Democratic presidents in the past have typically supported applying such agreements to massive U.S. federal contracting budget, while Republican presidents have rescinded them. That's an important point. So when the Democrats get in there like, let's pay construction workers more, the Republicans get in there like, let's pay them less. Again, I'm just describing...
I mean, man, Democrats suck. Like, it's like the rare times they're, like, doing something that is legitimately good, they don't own it, and they don't do anything to, like, blare that out in the fucking sun endlessly. And let it grow, because, like, this is the type of shit that actually is good. Like, I remember a while back, like, it literally got, like, no coverage aside from maybe, like, an article or two online, where it's just, like, he... passed the Pause Act, which was kind of to help out, you know, veterans and people with mental illnesses, stuff like that, to get emotional / therapy dogs and shit like that, which is a good thing. I mean, it's milquetoast, and I mean, fundamentally doesn't really change much, but it's a good thing. I mean, you know, so it's like these things that, even if they're relatively insignificant or pretty significant like this, like boosting the pay of almost a, you know, 250,000 of workers, like, that's significant. So it's like you blare that shit out in the sun, because no matter what, even if you're kind of conservative-leaning and shit, that's gonna sound good. It's like, oh, boosting the pay of, you know, construction workers. I got a brother that's in carpentry and shit. Yeah, that's gonna be good for him. Blah, blah, blah. And that's what they're gonna fucking think. And the same thing with politics. Like, oh yeah, my cousin was out there in Iraq, and he has a most support animal, you know, so he's been trying to qualify for one, but never could, but now he can, you know, or whatever the fuck, you know, it's like shit like that. Like, you know, some random conservative will look at shit like that and be like, hey, that's actually not bad. They might realize, hey, you know, maybe these type of ideas aren't actually bad. They're maybe actually good ideas, you know, when it comes to, like, pushing these type of things, not just in these specific legislations, you know, like, you know, boosting worker pay or fucking, you know, something significant like, you know, expanding accessibility to emotional support animals and shit. I mean, it's like those type of things, you know, I mean, they should be easy, like, wins. They should be. Like, just to blare that and flex it, even regardless of how significant or insignificant it may be, it should be an easy flex, an easy way to gain however many popularity points it may need, especially considering how Democrats, considering their power right now, or lack thereof, really, you know, are seen as ineffectual, like, utterly. Like, honestly, I think even worse than, like, fucking, you know, Trump's case now at this point. Because at least he had some weird veneer of at least looking like he was doing something. I mean, but that, in this case, just like hardly anything, and whenever there is something done, it's just never talked about.
Gone on, okay?
Can I help you?
The order, which will go into effect immediately, comes on the heels of a $1 trillion infrastructure bill signed into law by Biden that invests in the country's roads, ports, and bridges. Much of that money will flow through federal agencies to states and local governments. The new executive order excludes projects funded by grants to non-federal agencies, a senior administration official said, adding that will make up for a bulk of the projects under the bill, but it will apply to billions of other federal spending on waterways, military bases, and other areas. So that's the only problem with this, and since it's the Democrats, of course, they can't just unequivocally do a good thing. There have to be caveats and nuances to it, but that part's bullshit. So in other words, I'll repeat that one more time. Much of the money will flow through federal agencies to states and local governments. The new executive order excludes projects funded by grants to non-federal agencies. So if you're contracting with a private company, this doesn't apply there.
Of course there's fucking caveats to something like this. Why am I not surprised?
Administration official said, adding that will make up for a bulk of the projects under the bill, but it will apply billions of other federal spending on waterways, military bases, and other areas. So when the federal government is directly doing it, that's where you're going to have this effect. When they're directly doing it and it's a project over $35 million, so for big projects they're doing it. Look, what this shows is Biden has the ability, he has the capacity, with the power of his office, to just snap his fingers, write his name, and make working conditions better for countless people. And he doesn't do it nearly as much as he should. So the other good executive order signed on this front was $15 minimum wage for all federal employees, but also even private companies that contract with federal government need to pay a $15 minimum wage. So on that one, he was like, no, this...
I actually didn't know that caveat, so that's at least a little better. A little better.
This one, he didn't go that far. I wonder who lobbied against that. But look,
yeah.
he can and he should. make it for the private companies too that contract with the federal government. And I'm sure there's aspects of the PRO Act, which is phenomenal pro-union legislation, that he can implement through executive order. David Dane of the American Prospect wrote a phenomenal article. Look, here's all the things Biden can do through executive order, where it's not even really debatable. You can cite the legal statutes that are already there that give him the right to do certain things. And it's on virtually every front. He can do stuff through executive order. That's now his only path.
Like, wasn't the president he was VP under known as the executive order-in-chief or whatever the fuck? You know, at least around here, when I remember growing up, that was like a big meme, where he was like, oh, he's just passing the executive orders left and right, executive order dictatorial, whatever the fuck, shit like that. Which, funny enough, I think George W. Bush actually did more executive orders in comparison to Obama. But neither here nor there. It's just like, I mean, I know Obama did do a lot of executive orders, and it's just like, why aren't you, Jack? I mean, do you need to be taken behind the gym and show what's for? No malarkey? I mean, like, seriously? Like, honestly, especially when it comes to labor, like, the biggest thing I think, some of these unions, especially under national affiliates like the AFL-CIO, like, one thing they can especially do is, like, just hyper-focus on just pressuring, for the PRO Act, when it comes to at least legislative aspects of things. And from there, just trying to push, what is within the PRO Act, within the workplaces themselves. I mean, when it comes to, like, different locals. Like, I mean, these need to, be the main priorities, and done so in a very radical way. Where it's, done, with the, ostensibleness of the offense and not, on some defensive measure. And actually have a spine when it comes to fighting on this front. Because honestly, that's how you get this type of shit passed. Like, it wasn't necessarily just because FDR welcomed the hatred of, the rich and elite that he got a lot of the shit that he did pass. There was also a lot of pressure from, unions and other, leftist organizations and leaders at the time that also pressured him too. To make sure that, he got a lot of the more substantial things in there when it came to things like the New Deal. I mean, it wasn't just like his own goodwill put all that in there. I mean, there was, pressure from the left and the right when it came to getting all that done. Mostly from the left, and considering how well it was, for U.S. history. It's still known as, like, one of the best pieces of legislation that has happened in the U.S. I mean, yeah, so it's like, what the fuck? I mean, it's like, we have to look at how that happens, which, at least for me, it's pretty easy to understand, one core element to how that got passed. I mean, it wasn't just electoralism and voting in, FDR. It was, a lot of the direct action and the influence and the pressure to get not just him, but also local politicians and Congress people and senators, who are on the same page, and push the direct action, from the bottom up. And primarily doing that first to get, people like that in. Like, you ain't gonna get, like, some radical, like, pro-labor guy, just right off the bat. Like, you have to build a, grassroots, ground-up structure for that to be there in the first place.
Be successful as a president is to break out that executive order pen, go all in, and dare the right to come after him and try to slap down some of this stuff.
Man, it's like Biden could be like the whole, like, I'm pro-worker straighten fella there, Jack, even though he literally isn't. But if he wants to play the goddamn veneer, like, holy shit, it wouldn't be that hard to do it. Because honestly, these things like the PRO Act and all this, some of these more, basic things, like, they're not even, like, really that, like, radical or that hardcore when it comes to, like, legislative action or whatever the fuck. I mean, it's really just some basic standards. Like most other countries, have, like, way further, quote, left standards when it comes to these types of legislation, like the PRO Act, for example. Like, because, I mean, like, there's some countries that literally don't even have, like, a minimum wage standard, because there's just such a strong protection when it comes to, like, labor and these type of things that go well beyond, the top when it comes to, like, what the PRO Act, could do. I mean, it's just really pretty much seen as unnecessary. Like, I mean, people's wages and, you know, the jobs that they do when in accordance to those wages are just all right, you know, all for all intents and purposes. Zukov, get over here. Zukov, get over here.
You forgot the bone.
Come here. Sit. Hey, sit. Sit. Would you quit being ridiculous? Here, I'll put a little treat in
There
there.
you go, you big bum.
I can stuff a treat in there.
Yeah, good punchers.
Here. Hey. Calm your ass down, bro. Here. You still haven't even gotten the other one in there out yet? You somehow got it further. How'd you even do that? Oh my god. Okay. No wonder you're still trying to get at this hardcore. You somehow pushed the other one further in. Okay, have fun with that there, bud. Don't lick the damn thing. Grab the damn... Oh my god, you're a fucking dork. Dork-ass dog. Play last little video
Joe
out.
Biden and raising the wages for 200,000
Oh, Biden.
workers. I dare the Republicans to take me to court over this. Be my guest. Because then I get to clonk you over the head every time I open my mouth about how you literally want to pay construction workers less because you don't care about working people.
Oh god. Kyle, stop being so optimistic about what Joe could do. He won't.
So
I
that's
wish.
the move. I don't think they'll actually do it, and I don't think Biden will, you know, unleash a slew of awesome executive orders, but this is a start, and you gotta give credit where credit is due if you're willing to be fair-minded and objective. Ever since Adpocalypse, when YouTube defunded...
Yeah, shut up. Yeah. Oh no. Like, Dems are so goddamn fucking ineffectual that they pretty much are gonna give it open leeway for the riot and shit. And honestly, because of that, things like this might just get walked back. I mean, that's why they're so goddamn fucking ineffectual and worthless. Even when they do something that's kind of good, usually whoever's like next in line for the administrative power and shit, whoever happens to, you know, that be, usually walks it right the fuck back. Or lets it expire, or lets it get gutted, you know, a little bit, you know, here and there and shit to make it essentially kind of a more worthless piece of legislation that doesn't really mean zilch. I mean, that's really kind of the, you know, fucked up things about this type of shit. I mean, hopefully not, like, legit. And I would want to see, you know, like, the boost of pay and shit, you know, for construction workers even expand way further than, you know, that, because the caveats to it's like, oh, well, it's mainly for federal workers and companies that contract with us, and it's for projects that are like $35 million plus. Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's like, okay, still good, but like, nice caveats, bitch. Like, I mean, that doesn't necessarily help everybody, but it's still good, and it'll still look like a positive look. I mean, one where, you know, people like me would really want to say, like, hey, go further, because you, well, should. But, nonetheless, of course, not surprised, not gonna probably see too much, you know, further on that specific front. I mean, maybe, like, it might expand a little further, where it's like, alright, federal contracted and companies that work with, you know, federal contracts and shit, you know, in the agriculture industry can now, you know, have boosts in pay and blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, it's gonna be, like, some shit like that, you know, and it's like, man, it's not bad, but, like, McFuck, bro. Can we, like, actually get something that's, like, significant? I mean, it still is, but nowhere near enough. Like, nowhere near enough. Like, it's still almost $250,000, but, you know, at least when it comes to workers are getting that boost in pay and shit in the construction industry, but still. Like, it should be all of them. Especially for an industry like that. Like, shit's dangerous as fuck. I'm used to see, like, people who are, like, working that shit, you know, during, like, the 20s, 30s, and so on, because there's, I mean, because back then, like, people, you know, were straight up, like, you know, have their little lunch breaks, you know, way high up on, like, the Empire State Building or some shit while it's being constructed, just kind of just chilling, like, hundreds of feet up. It's like, damn, bro. I mean, I don't think they're doing that now. I imagine they're a lot more safer about, you know, about their lunch breaks, but nonetheless, it's still like, damn, son. It kind of gives you a sense of, an idea about, like, how dangerous that shit really can be, though. I don't see y'all. Check out good old human support. What you doing? What's this? Marianne Williamson drags Joe Biden on MSNBC. Nice. I'm honestly starting to like her a little more. With more and more, like, I hear more about news about coming out of her. It's like, oh shit. Marianne, that's like, I thought you were just some weird, like, Shaka Crystal auntie that, I'd see at the thrift store or something. But you're actually, like, I mean, actually got, a little bit more worth your salt in there. She's kind of actually been strangely, coming out as, like, a pretty decent lefty / kind of progressive voice, at least right now. It's like, okay. So I won't complain about it.
I want to take some time to talk about Marianne Williamson's appearance on MSNBC.
No pull screen for this.
She did a phenomenal job. She basically said everything that I would have said if I had the opportunity to talk to MSNBC's audience. And I know what you're thinking. If you're watching this channel and you're a leftist, you already know that MSNBC is trash, right? They're basically the propaganda arm of the Democratic Party in the same way that Fox News is the propaganda wing of the Republican Party. But still, this channel is important because they are trusted with the Democratic Party's base. Normie Democrats love MSNBC, and they take what MSNBC hosts say as gospel, essentially. So if we could get through to them and get them to at least start to think a little bit more critically about the Democratic Party establishment and so-called moderate Democrats, then perhaps they start to warm up to the idea of supporting more progressive candidates in presidential primaries. And we don't just get our clocks cleaned because MSNBC says Bernie bad or the next progressive bad in upcoming presidential primaries and primary races across the country, more specifically.
Democrats going a little too progressive bad. We have to support Biden, Hillary, that good.
So Marianne Williamson explains exactly why Biden
Heard
is
bad, crazy.
And MSNBC
crazy old man.
Democrats, they know that, there's all these excuses. Joe Manchin, Kirsten Sinema, the parliamentarian. So they might instinctively want to cleanse Biden of any culpability whatsoever. But what Marianne Williamson is forcing them to do is to think more critically. There's a number of things that Biden can do unilaterally via executive order just with his pen, but he's not doing it. And that's because he doesn't care, and he's also corrupt. So Marianne Williamson makes a very strong case as to why Biden is a failure. And this is really important because, again, remember who she's talking to. She's talking to MSNBC's audience, which is just overall unapologetically loyal to the Democratic Party. This is really an important message that they desperately needed to hear. Let's watch.
Marianne Williamson joins me now. Marianne, it's great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time.
What's her background?
Just last month, you endorsed a progressive primary challenger to longtime Democratic Colorado Congresswoman there. And when Politico raised the subject of you possibly challenging Joe Biden in the 2024 Democratic primary, you declined to comment. You clearly have issues with the Democratic establishment. Tell me a little bit about what role you are looking to play politically.
Well, the role I most want to play politically right now is citizen. And as a citizen of this country, obviously I'm very concerned about the 2020 elections. Because, as you said, the president's agenda is not succeeding in high approval ratings, in getting him high approval ratings. It is not doing the kinds of things for the American people, which could legitimately be believed to make people want to stand in line for 7 or 8 hours as they did before. The president came into office with promises to help people, promises to lift them out of their misery. And that wasn't just a promise, if Congress will allow me to do it. So I think that the promises to fulfill the will of the American people and to help the American people can still be accomplished even without congressional approval of such things as the Voting Rights Act or such things as Build Back Better, if the president will use the power of executive orders. He could eradicate that college loan debt today. He could get 36 million people. If he would just take $50,000 out of each one of those,
I mean, these parts are definitely true.
36 million people would be unshackled from those debts. They could start businesses. They could own homes. He could use a national medical emergency to basically give Medicare to every single person in America. He could do that tonight.
Yeah.
He could declassify marijuana from a Schedule I drug. Right now, I'm just
Effectively-
Classify marijuana.
Effectively decriminalizing it on a federal level. So, thus, it basically would just be literally a state-by-state issue whether it's illegal or not. So, if, like, a state, if it doesn't have anything necessarily on the law books about marijuana, then it's not necessarily criminal or, you know, like, or it's not really necessarily a criminal issue at that point. But, I mean, at least when it comes to, you know, the state, if it does, then it would still be under at least state law at that point. But, I mean, it would at least, you know, get rid of a lot of the elements when it comes to federal crackdowns on
Well, we get a lot
marijuana
of
shit as
people out of
well.
jail too.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, exactly.
Free up jail cells.
Yep.
Because I mean, people were in there for what?
Like a bag of weed or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, like an ounce or something that might, you know, been in a car or something like that. Or like, you know, an eighth in their pocket. I mean, yeah, because there's a lot, not just marijuana, but there's like a lot of non-violent drug offenses, you know, where people are just locked up for a long fucking time, you know, just because they had, you know, some substance, you know.
Well, still the stupid fact of the matter is you're gonna lock somebody up for having marijuana. Why?
I mean, yeah. I mean, you know, and even for me, I'd say just even a little further, just, you know, for any substance, because if, like, you know, somebody, you know, has, you know, substance, you know, and they're using it and shit, like, you know, like crack or whatever the fuck, it doesn't necessarily do them any good just locking them up and just, you know, saying whatever and then releasing them once their sentence is over. I mean, they need...
Well, it's kind of one of those things that detoxes them, too.
Yeah. I mean, depending on how severely dependent they are, because, I mean, some people are so dependent on a substance that, you know, just immediately cold turkey could potentially straight up kill them. I mean, it's why, honestly, you know, at least when it comes to, you know, people that might be on the street who are heavily addicted, I mean, that just seems to be treated as a mental health issue instead of just locking them up, you know, just because of a non-violent drug offense at that point.
Yeah.
reasonable person wants to forestall the kind of red wave that could be coming at us in 2022. Because remember, it's not just about a Republican win. It's about what kinds of Republicans stand to win. And we have 435 Democrats who are running for the House. We have 34 Senate races going on in 2022. Those candidates need to be able to say to their constituents, the Democrats...
I like the MSNBC dude. He's just like, all right, you're saying too much. All right, you're being a little too progressive here. You need to cool down. You need to cool down here a little bit.
Right now, the Democrats are not helping people the way we need to.
Yeah.
You never hear that on mainstream media, and that is so important because for the
You never
very
do.
first time...
Yeah.
They don't fucking speak their mind because they can't.
Yeah, because, I mean, honestly, that's why I've been kind of liking Marianne Williamson a little more, because when, I mean, nationally, she kind of came into recognition in 2020 in the Democratic primaries, but she just, at the time, she kind of came off as just kind of like the auntie that has, like, you know, chakra crystals that will tell you your astrology sign, you know, and, like, all the different things about your life, and she kind of struck me as that. But she actually is more legit than, you know, she actually kind of puts off, because she's got a psychology degree, and she looks into a lot of things, you know, on a more psychological level. So she looks at a lot of these things like, you know, misfortunes, you know, suffering, all this type of shit from a totally different angle. And honestly, now that she's been kind of, you know, pushing herself out a little more and more, and just basically taking the, you know, I'll accept, you know, any outlet that will, you know, take me or invite me or whatever the fuck, you know, and spreading my word out, you know, it's like she's basically starting to kind of gain a little more recognition from that. And I'm actually starting to kind of like her a little more because of it, because she keeps saying the same shit, basically.
She keeps on saying the same shit, but you also gotta realize if she gets into office, what is she gonna do?
Yeah, that's kind of
That's
the thing.
where everybody fucks up.
Yeah, exactly. Because
Because-
it's like they get the secret grassy knoll footage, and they're like, yeah, you have to fall in line. You know, just saying.
But see, you gotta supposed to remember is what Biden said when he got in, what he was gonna do. What's he done between now and then?
Very little.
Yeah.
There's basically been only really like 2 or 3 things that I could personally think of, and one of them we actually were just looking at, or just listening in about.
Go turn it out.
Yeah, just a little bit. But and then there was one that I remember that basically barely got any coverage, which was called the Pause Act, which essentially kind of expanded accessibility for therapy and emotional support dogs, you know, things of that nature. Or at least just, you know, emotional support animals, therapy animals, and things of that nature, just in general. And then the child tax credit, but that expires, and that's expiring soon. So it's just like, one of them's a temporary good thing, and the other 2 are, like, one's kind of an insignificant good thing, still good.
Yeah, but
and then
still fucking us over with gas prices.
yeah,
Gas
that's
is like, well, almost $4 a fucking gallon?
something like that. At least in Mullet County, from what he was saying.
Yeah.
It goes in fine, but it's the breathe. It's like exhaling it that gets me all fuckety. No, he's getting all fuckety.
MSNBC viewer who never actually thought about the Democratic Party and the way that they're failing might be thinking, wait a second, that's kind of a good point. I didn't know that Biden can simply cancel all student debt via executive order. And so why isn't he doing that? I mean,
also, I know, like, you know, some coworkers myself who, you know, are really wondering about the whole, like, you know, student loan debt and expansion on the whole child tax credit stuff too. So I mean,
because he was gonna try to cancel the fucking debt.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't fucking done it.
Oh yeah, of course not. And again, like, and even with his little child tax credit thing, that's, you know, temporary expansion, not a permanent one. So, and only, I think it expires in March. So it's like, that's next month basically. So it's like at the end of March, then it's just, you know, now.
What are you gonna do? Are you gonna reinstate it or what?
Well, honestly, probably not, because it's just going to be used as potential, like, political ad campaign points. That's like, you know, we will, you know, fight, you know, to make sure that our child tax credits are re-expanded, blah, blah, you know. So, unfortunately, you know, probably not, but.
Yeah, today fucking sucked, dude.
Yeah, instead of just, you know, keeping it as an indefinite thing, or at least, you know, hey, it's in place for, like, 5 years or 10 years or something like that, where at least it stays in place for a certain amount of time.
I can't believe I needed freaking pay stubs today. That
little tail twitching. Oh, look at you, you handsome boy. You're so silly, look at you. You crazy goofball. You're so nuts, you're so crazy, look at you, baby. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, baby. Just goes immediately right back to the bone. Love it.
Oh, it's kind of one of those factors that you look at that if they're going to put something in place, they need to put it in for the entire term that they're in office.
Yeah.
Instead of, oh, we're going to do it for a year. No.
Yeah, exactly. No, at the very least, you know, do it for like a 8 to 10 year period or something like that, where it's, you know, even if they serve like a single term, then it'll still, you know, continue going on, unless like some other form of interference happens to it. I mean, especially for things like that.
Hey, when I went to college, why isn't he doing that? That's really interesting. Wait a second. He can actually give everyone healthcare in America, but he's not doing that? Why isn't he doing this? It's just really a matter of planting the seeds, which doesn't get done on MSNBC to the extent that they allow left-wing political commentators on the network, such as Sam Cedar. I mean, it's pretty rare. So when we see, you know, Marianne Williamson go on MSNBC, David Sirota, Sam Cedar, I think that that's really important. These are valuable appearances that helped to, for lack of a better word, radicalize MSNBC's normie audience. Now, everything that Marianne Williamson is saying is absolutely correct. We've talked about how he can cancel student debt on his own, but a lot of people don't even know that Joe Biden actually can give everyone in America Medicare for all because of the Affordable Care Act and a specific provision within that legislation. Now, it's a little bit complicated, and this legal maneuver would unquestionably be challenged by the courts, the pharmaceutical industry, the health industry wouldn't allow this to stand, but still.
The OHP, which is under the Affordable Care thing.
Affordable Care, ACA.
Yeah. Everybody can have it.
Yeah.
But everybody who's older who can't get Medicare can't do it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, might as well just throw it into 01.
Yeah, exactly. Because then it kind of cuts out a lot of this other middleman bullshit where it's like, you know, you have to, like, go under, you know, a certain thing, you know, to find, you know, specific doctors or, you know, make sure you qualify for this and that, when it's just like, it should just be like, hey, you sick, you get some help. You know, basically. I mean, that's how it should be.
It's at least worthwhile to put up this fight, but he won't even do that. So if you don't know, let's actually talk about this. So this is in the American Prospect, written back in November.
I mean, from what I understand, actually, I think in this midterms, I believe Oregon might potentially be able to get a universal health care statewide on the ballot. And if that's the case, and that actually does succeed, ooh, yes, give it to me, baby.
And he explains, the people of Libby, Montana, population 2,628, share something in common with the rest of the developed world, but not their compatriots in the United States. They all have access to a single-payer Medicare for all system. As part of the Affordable
Well, I guess I'm moving there now.
Care Act,
Libby, Montana, here I come, baby.
residents of Libby who were exposed to hazardous airborne asbestos from a
Never mind. Never mind.
by the W.R. Grace Company were made eligible for Medicare for free at the
Jesus, that okay. So that's why they get it, because oh my god. Oh, okay, never mind. It's like, oh wow, they actually basically for all intents and purposes, you know, have like de facto universal healthcare. Sweet, time to move. Oh, by the way, there's asbestos in the air. It's like, never mind. I think I'm good.
Security Administration and the Department of Health and Human Services. It was codified in Section 1881A of the Social Security Act. The language of the statute refers to any individual subject to an environmental exposure, though it was well understood at the time that this was about Libby. There's an environmental health hazard spreading through the entire country right now. It's infecting people unsuspectingly and killing hundreds of thousands. It's bound to saddle those who survive with long-term and potentially debilitating health consequences. The incoming Biden administration can give all 11 million people infected with COVID, and if they really want to be aggressive, all Americans who have tested positive for coronavirus the option of free Medicare coverage immediately.
Hey, Zukov, get over here.
The program in Section 1881A is the Libby, Montana program, but the executive branch is also given the authority to establish optional pilot programs to any area subject to a public health emergency declaration. The entire United States has been under a public health emergency since January 31st of 2020 due to the coronavirus. It's possible that the Environmental Protection Agency would have to declare a separate public health emergency under the Superfund law to comply with the statute, but Biden's EPA administrator could easily do so. Individuals eligible for Medicare would have to have spent 6 months in the geographic area subject to the emergency. Since the area is the entire United States, this should not be a problem either. So there's more to it, but in essence, that's the crux of the legal reasoning. Now, again,
I mean, it seems fair enough.
This is going to get challenged if Biden were to ever...
I mean, honestly, it's just like, you know, so something like that, it should just be as simple as Rogan's like, hey, due to, you know, circumstances, we're going to implement this medical emergency thing for, like, 10 years or some shit. And, you know, and during that time, honestly, that will, you know, that should, I would think, you know, be a perfect amount of time, you know, to see a lot of leeway and a lot of expansion into the popularity of like, hey, you know, just having like, you know, sick, get help, you know, type of policy when it comes to healthcare. Shit, why would I want to get out of this? Like, I mean, the popularity for something like that would just skyrocket. And honestly, even to the, you know, conservative audiences are, you know, of, you know, people that are like, oh yeah, this socialist care, you know, whatever the fuck. Even they, or at least a good chunk of them, are gonna be like, well, this is actually pretty good too. I mean, so it's just like, all in all, the popularity for this, including for people on the right wing, will just skyrocket. I mean, you know, at least for people on the right, maybe not as much, but popularity there will grow too.
But if you actually care about Americans who are suffering, who don't have health care, it's worth the fight. But the point is that Marianne Williamson is talking about the possibilities, things that Biden can do, because then that plants the question in the brains of MSNBC viewers. Wait, he can do this, but he won't.
That's in the medical profession.
Why?
Oh, for
Why
your
won't he do
age, you're doing pretty good.
This is really, really
That's honestly, that's a good thing, isn't it?
important.
Well, yeah,
Because
for your
MSNBC's
age.
audience, Democratic Party's most
But for
loyal
a
base,
normal
they're
piece, they're just
conditioned
like, oh,
to
you're about
unequivocally
ready to
accept
die.
any and everything
But
that the
for your
Democratic Party
age,
says and
it's
does
a miracle
because
you
the
haven't
alternative
died
is
yet.
so awful, the Republican Party. And they are
Oh my
crazy.
god.
But that's why Marianne Williamson also makes the point
About
that
40
if
years
you want
from
to
now,
stop
you're
Republicans from winning,
you'll
you
understand
have to
what I'm
relieve
saying.
people's pain. Because they're not going to come out and stand in
Okay.
line for hours at a time if they don't feel as if Democrats are delivering. It's just too high of a cost for not a big enough payoff. So this is very important because what Marianne Williamson is saying is correct, and she's not going to get through to 100% of MSNBC's audience, but perhaps 10% just think for the first time, you know what, that's right. Maybe I should expect more from Democrats. Maybe I should opt for more left-wing Democrats, since time after time, moderate Democrats have failed us. After a Democratic Party administration, we get a more radical and extreme version of the Republican Party, and maybe their failures is feeding into the radicalization because people are desperate and they're looking for answers and they're susceptible to being radicalized by a demagogue like Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis or some other dickhead. So this is really.
I mean, honestly, this is the main fundamentalization of why, you know, the ineffectuality of the Democratic Party is what, you know, leads to the rise of radicalization in the country, and that's what leads to a lot of destabilization and lack of trust, you know, into overall institutions and shit. Because when you have an entire fucking, you know, like an entire party that ostensibly is supposed to be, you know, for the progressive, you know, like, yeah, we're gonna get some change, and even if it's like, you know, kind of so-so, I mean, we're gonna get it done, you know, it's like, because things like $15 minimum wage and shit like that isn't even enough at this point. Like, it needs to be even higher than that at this rate. But, I mean, it's definitely better than nothing. So, you know, to have, like, especially Biden endlessly promise something like that, but just do fuck all, you know, for something on that case, it's just like, even though it's something that you can easily just fucking do with a little stroke of pen, along with a plethora of other different things. I mean, and I don't necessarily think it's just because, you know, he's just like old and doesn't know where the fuck he is. Like, that definitely probably plays to some extent of a role, you know, but, I mean, it's fundamentally because he's a corporate-owned sellout, and he's not this whole Scranton-built fucking, you know, blue-collar working guy, Jack. They just use that as a brand. Like, these type of fucking politicians, you know, like Biden, just fundamentally use that as a brand, especially if you look at the motherfucker's record. I mean, the dude is like fundamentally a piece of shit when it comes to so much of what he pushed and advocated for. I mean, when it came to, like, his early days of, like, segregate busing and then, like, the crime bill and all this other shit, it's like, what? And then, like, I mean, he apparently can't create his own creative thoughts and shit when it comes to speeches because he plagiarizes so much of his own, like, so much shit, apparently. Because that was, like, because there were scandals about that with him back when he was young. It's like, what? It's like, I can understand that felt like a couple times here and there, like, later down the line when you were, like, VP and shit, because you're getting old and don't give a fuck no more, but, like, it's like a thing you've done, like, your entire life, basically. It's like, geez. Like, the dude is a fucking shapeshifter, like, basically. Like, he'll just take and meld and shift into whatever he needs, you know, given the time and circumstance. That's who Biden fucking is. You know, do so literally, you know, when it comes to things like plagiarism and shit. Or it's like, I'll mold and meld into, like, some literal fucking speeches that I'm just not even gonna, like, alternate, you know, a little bit to just make it my own. I'm just gonna basically copy it. It's like, oh, nice, great. I don't even think that's necessarily like the biggest dog on him either, really. But it's like when it's such a recurring fucking pattern, like that's when it's a little bit of a like question mark there. I mean, it's like every now and then, just by coincidence or coinkydink, it's like, all right, I mean, whatever. But like a pattern for your entire fucking political career, like that's just a part of how you just get up the ladder. That's just not like coinkydink.
Now, one more clip that I want to show you.
I mean, that's
is,
that's just straight up some shapeshifting shit.
Calling out Biden for being weak. This was incredible. Right off the bat, she tells Democrats, stop being wusses. And I love this so much, I can't even tell you.
Wait, Marianne really does that? What?
Let's watch.
So I wanted to get to a few more points really quickly before we run out of time, but you've also argued that Democrats like Joe Biden are missing their moment because they're too scared of being tarred as socialists, and you write that, like Biden, FDR got called a socialist and the destroyer of capital.
What was that? What was that, girl? What was that? Oh. I'm really starting to like her. I really am.
And heard all the same things they say about progressives
Turns
today.
up.
The difference, however, Roosevelt didn't care. How would you advise Democrats to break that cycle today?
Oh, please, don't be wusses. You know what?
Oh, let's go. Dude, I am liking her. Oh, stop being wussies. I know, like, she probably, if it wasn't mainstream media, like, honestly, nah, dude, she's just too sweet and humble like that. She's too much of an auntie for it. Like, you know, somewhere deep down in her soul, she wants to say, stop being pussies. But, like, she's just too sweet on the outside, you know? It's just like, you got, like, this spice interior, you know? I'm noticing something. She has, like, a spice interior that's, like, wanting to come out, but she's just, like, too sweet and soft on the outside, you know? So she, you know, is like this little sweet auntie. I mean, oh, dude, I love it. I'm like, legit starting to like her more and more as, like, shit like this comes out. Like, I liked her a little more from the past clip, and just that alone made me like her even more. It's like, oh, dude, let's go. It's like, go off, queen.
That's what he said. You know, Trump was a strong man. He was a political strong man. He abused power. That we do not want. But neither do we need a weak president right now. We need someone as strong as Roosevelt. And it's obviously apparently not enough to just have his picture up in the Oval Office.
No shit. Damn. Go off, queen. What the fuck? Bruh. Did she, like, have, like, you know, like, did she, like, take mushrooms with Bernie or at some point in time in her life? Because what the fuck? Bro, she's like harnessing some of that Bernie energy right now. She just like harnessed like some Bernie energy. Like, whoa, bro. Damn. Dude, go, like, damn, go off. Yes.
Roosevelt would be taking what he called the drastic measures necessary to relieve people of despair and chronic tension and anxiety in terms of their health care, in terms of the economy that is building up into an unsustainable rage. And if the Democrats do not respond to this, we will see dark days ahead.
Damn. Okay, oh, man. Can she run? Oh, she needs to run 24. I'd actually fucking support her. Straight up. I honestly legit like her. Like, I mean, considering her, like humble outsider, like, elements, but yet able to harness that, like, spicy angst when it comes to kind of, like, the progressive left and shit. I mean... Ooh, she does really well, you know, especially oratorically, you know, being able to, like, express that, you know, type of energy and shit, and that type of feeling. On top of that, it's like, she has a really good ability to, you know, just, I mean, guys, you know, because she's a psychologist, I mean, she actually legit, you know, break down why people feel the way they do, and, you know, see what the fuck is wrong with that at its root. And it's not necessarily just, you know, the individual. I mean, you know, to, you know, whatever the individual context of that person is, maybe to a certain extent, but it's not the end-all be-all. There's more root causes that are out of their fucking control when it comes to that type of shit. And she's able to channel that type of understanding into something that I mean, is like straight up some like Bernie energy type of shit, low key. It's like, damn. Oh, I love it. Man. Like, when did, like, I mean, like, a couple years ago, I thought Marianne was, like, whatever, but, like, she's coming out as, like, damn, strong woman, like, energy coming out, like, holy shit. Like, I'm honestly kind of getting a little bit blown back. It's like, damn. It's like, where did this come from? I'm not complaining, but, like, where'd it come from? Oh, shit.
See, the problem with the Democratic Party is that there's just no spark. There's no sign of life. Even
I mean, really. I mean, honestly, I think that's why I like Marianne, because there's actually, like, a spark. I think that's why I really do kind of like her, because I think why I, at this point, feel a little bit more disappointed with people like Bernie and shit at this point, because there's not really, like, that spark anymore. But with Marianne, she's kind of, like, collected whatever embers are left, you know, from those previous sparks, and it's, like, created her own spark a little bit. I mean, it just kind of feels that way a little bit, where she's just kind of, like, taking advantage of, like, alright, well, if no one else is stepping up and playing it, fuck it, I am. Like, I mean, I'm a citizen of this fucking country, you know, like, I got a right to fucking, you know, come out here and say my piece. I mean, so, she's, like, I don't know, she's really, like, coming off as a potential curveball, I think. In 2024, she might actually be a little bit of a force to be reckoned with for Biden, honestly, potentially. I mean, that is if she runs. She's been very hush and hum about that. But, I mean, I'm liking it.
Biden has, you know, how many months? 10 months until the midterms. He can do so much to try to relieve people's suffering just with executive order. He can call on Congress.
I mean, Biden could. He could literally clutch up and be hardcore and just be like, yo, I'm gonna fucking, you know, just boom. It's like, you know, like one day just do like, you know, it's like this week is executive order week. Every day there's gonna be like 5 executive orders that are gonna be done. Boom, 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 boom. You know, it's just like that. I mean, it's not that fucking hard. It really ain't. And honestly, even with the lackluster fucking pressure, if there really is that much in the first place, you know, trying to be pushed onto him, like, if there was more competency, you know, in him in general, like, overall, he probably would have a little bit, you know, of a more pushback on this type of stuff, like, alright, you know, I will kind of, you know, concede to certain, you know, aspects of this type of shit that they want done just to make sure my popularity stays good, but, I mean, like, the dude's literally, like, farting shit in front of the popes and, like, the princess of Cornwall or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I mean, she, like, this is what, like, Biden's do. It's like, I mean, you really think he's gonna be, like, competent enough to understand, like, the actual, like, pressure from, like, the progressive Democratic Party at this rate? I mean, let alone, like, the corporate puppetry that he is. Like, give me a break. Like, at this point, like, a lot of the fucking, I really think, honestly, in a lot of cases, like, the administration is being ran by mostly his staffers more than anything at this, you know, at this point. Like, his staffers make sure he has his, you know, medications when they need it, when he needs it, at, you know, the times that he does, and fucking, you know, like, to have him make sure he's at least, you know, cognitive and pumped up enough, you know, for the times in the day that he needs to be, and then the times where he's not needed, they just kind of take over. Like, I mean, that just seems like what it is. I mean, and I think the lackluster, like, reflection of that really shows. Like, it just does.
Even if he knows that it's not going to get through Manchin and Sinema, he can at least put up the appearance that he cares, that he's willing to fight. But he won't even do the bare minimum. He won't even do political theater. And so this is a failure on his part. They're weak. They're wussies. And now, as she said, we don't need an authoritarian strongman like Donald Trump, but we need someone who is going to vociferously advocate for what the American people needs. And what Democrats in Congress don't understand is that right now, we have a limited window of time to act. And when I say we, really, I mean in them, elected Democrats.
Like they care. I mean, honestly, if anything, they're just going to use the time as an opportunity to basically be like, hey, Jack, we're gonna, basically, like all these things that you wanted, even though we could have easily be doing it right the fuck now, well, it's gonna be political ad campaign points for us, Jack. No malarkey. I don't know why I'm doing that with a Biden voice. I mean, it's just gonna be other random motherfuckers, between that, but whatever. I mean, it's just like, like, they're gonna try to use it like that's gonna fucking work. Like, they think it does every other fucking time they've tried that and failed. I mean, it's like, like, every time they happen to be in power during the midterms, at least in the last, like, couple times they've been in power, it's quite the opposite. And usually whenever seats are run, or are won, it's because of the more progressive lefter side of the aisle that wins. Like, I remember the last time in 2024 or not 2020, oh my god, in 2020, where there was some, re-elections for some people locally around here. A lot of them first got office around 2012, which is, like, the, second term electoral cycle for Obama and shit. Which basically, shows as like an example, like a lot of Dems that usually at least, have been reelected in a lot of these different areas are from the ones that have been, from the progressive resurgence in 2012 and shit. And potentially like 2010 as well. Because I think there's been a couple that were reelected since 2010 as well, too. So it's like, like these more lefty-style candidates, however progressive left, they are and shit, whether they're, softly left or a little bit more radical, it's like they seem to actually get results done, thus keep getting elected. At least on these more local side of things. Now, on the national level, it's like totally different fucking story, because those motherfuckers have basically been there since like the 90s or the 80s or even earlier than that. For like motherfuckers like Feinstein and shit. Like, she's been in there since like at least a little over twice I've been alive. Like, I'm 24 now, so 2 times over, that's 49. And right, no, 48. So 48 and then some change. So like, let's say fucking like 53, 54, 55 or some shit. Like, if I was 55, she would literally been in office longer than I have, basically, still. She's been in office for like 60 plus fucking years. And she's like 80 something. Like, probably near 90 now at this rate. It's like, what? She's like been in there since basically she was like, able to. It's like, oh my fucking god. You wretch. I think she's been in Senate for like 30 something years, and she's just been in like political power for like 50 plus, almost probably like at least 60 fucking years. It's like, what the fuck? Like, you old mummy, like, get the like, why are you still there? Like, what the hell? I think at one point during her political career, she literally defended Confederate flags being waved on, like, California public, like, buildings and shit. It's like, do you know what state you're in? Like, what? Is this Arkansas or California? Like, huh? It's like, are we still, like, oh. It's like, do you know what state you're in, you like, woman? Like, what? It's like shit like, it's like shit like that oogles my mind, and yet they are still there. Endlessly. It's like, ugh. I mean, and they all wonder, like, oh, why do we keep losing and do nothing? It's because, like, I don't know, because you're literally the problem. Leave. Go away. Retire and be, like, the fucking, like, house speaker of your retirement home. It's like, leave. Like, literally, most of your life has basically been sitting at your damn desk. Like, go away. I mean, like, that's why, probably. If I had to take a guess. Top of that, you're probably just a bunch of corporate chill-out schmucks and shit. which explains why you're there for so damn long. So, two birds with one stone, huh? Term limit your asses. Probably, honestly, make an argument for, like, a maximum age limit when it comes to holding office, for sure, honestly, at this fucking rate. And, money, politics, probably a bad thing. Let's get rid of that. There we go. So, three birds with one stone.
Rights reform to stop a coup from Republicans. You have to try to ameliorate some of the suffering from Americans if you want them to turn out to vote. Republicans are explicitly authoritarian at this point. They're against democracy, and you don't have much room to govern if we lose more of our democracy. It's already hanging on by a thread.
But yet, at the same time, a lot of the Democratic Party would rather do bipartisan work with them. Like this whole Supreme Court shit. Like, wasn't it like, some elements of the progressive left and shit, at least in the Democratic Party, or not even just them, but like even like some centrist style elements of the party were like, hey, stack the court and shit. And now that there's a replacement for somebody, not even stacking it, just a replacement, it's like, we're gonna do bipartisan shit, but have like somebody that the Republicans like too, which is a very pro-business, anti-labor person. Breyer, I think, or some shit. I mean, it's like, people want you to stack the courts with at least, centrist left / progressive left people. Not fucking center-right, right-leaning people. Like, what? I mean, I think even then, some of the Republicans like McConnell and shit are just gonna be like, nah, we're still gonna decline it. Just curiously enough, like they did with Obama too, because that's literally what they do. They don't care. It's like, why do any fucking bipartisan shit bullshit when you know goddamn motherfucking well they just literally don't care and will not accept it. But a lot of it's just because it's fucking show. I mean, it's just a way to be like, hey, we're doing something, but we're working together because civility and, and all this other bullshit. It's like,
You've got to at least try. You might fail, but just showing us that you want to fight is important in and of itself. But what Marianne Williamson is saying is that Democrats don't want to do that. Either they just are uninterested in governing, or they're too scared. Now, FDR...
Copa no los dos? Why not both?
He did say, I welcome their hatred. He was talking to corporate America, talking to Wall Street. And imagine a modern-day Democrat doing that. It's just inconceivable. And the reason why this is the case, cynical take here, is because the Democratic Party doesn't actually want to govern. They like when the Republican Party shifts further and further to the right because they're hoping to pick up these moderates that the Republican Party, in theory, is losing as they shift further to the right to appease their more fringe base. But the problem
which I don't know why they think that's gonna work. Because honestly, like, because of this whole idea that they're trying to push with, like, hey, we're gonna, be able to get, like, more moderates in, it's like, how many have you truly gotten to swing over? Like, 2? Maybe 3? Like, oh, wow, this, and honestly, why don't, like, I mean, especially when you have, like, a progressive caucus / like, progressive left's element of your party and shit, which they're pretty fickle anyway. I mean, it's like, when you got them going on, it's like, shouldn't you at least, be, at least, like, at the very least, look like you're trying to work with them, and, like, at least, appease to them to a certain degree? Yeah, like, because, oh, no, they're just too crazy. We can't work with them at all. Oh, no, it's just too much. Oh, they want too much. It's, like, pretty much literally putting the blame of whatever the fuck goes on them. It's like, You know what? It's like, there's definitely things that they could probably be blamed on and shit, because, again, a lot of them are pretty fickle and ineffectual. In fact, honestly, a lot of them, at this rate, think are wolves in sheep's clothing, are not necessarily progressives, but are just there, to fundamentally undermine the whole, at least on electorally, the progressive influence when it comes to the Democratic Party and to the establishment abroad. instead of actually trying to push for it, they undermine it purposefully because they're paid and lobbied probably, you know, of more secret dark money and shit versus just super PAC money instead. You know, so they probably have, or just whatever other scrupulous alternative means, like celebrity status and cultural status, you know, when it comes to the country and when it comes to at least the Democratic Party specifically. You know, AOC might not necessarily take corporate money or get lobbied by that, but oh, does she love, you know, being basically everybody's favorite media starling. Like, I mean, like, she loves that. I mean, she loves the celebrity elements of, you know, being able to have these interviews, you know, tweet everything, and, you know, people like her and shit. I mean, she loves that. So in order to continue to have that, she has to play ball a little bit. I mean, because they know they aren't going to necessarily get her, you know, corporate money, obviously. So they do it with other ways, with coverage, with press coverage and shit. Even if it happens to be negative, you know, they're able to take full advantage of it because it's like, oh, hey, look, she responded to her critics. Oh, look at this. And then they can have her on, and they can have an old googly, happy, you know, jolly time, and talk about, you know, oh, these critics of mine, you know, all this shit. Where sometimes even the progressive critics and shit get lumped in with them. It's like, what? I mean, it's because of a lot of this other shit is why you have problems with the left side of your flank there, AOC. It's not because, you know, oh, you know, you're just, like... Yeah, like, you know, you're like, you know, too crazy or too this or that or whatever. It's because you're not effective enough, or really at this point, hardly at all. I mean, the idea that, like, you know, you have, like, any real leadership capabilities at this point, it's really shown itself to not really have any at all. Like, honestly, I don't really necessarily think anybody in the squad, aside from maybe Talib or Omar, like, one of those two, like, outside of those two, maybe, like, none of them have any fucking, like, leadership capabilities. At least when it comes to, you know, being a strong arm. Not necessarily, like, you know, in the Trump sense, but just in a means of, like, an FDR sense. Just, like, you know, actually... just pushing their, you know, what they want and just saying, fuck you, get out of my way, I want, you know, I'm gonna push what I want. I'd probably say maybe, I don't know, maybe like Talib Omar, but it's just like, even then, it's a little, Like, there needs to be somebody, you know, within the progressive side of the party and shit that actually is a fucking, like, not in the Trump sense, but in the FDR sense, a strong man. Or a strong person overall. You know, it doesn't, I mean, gender need not apply. But, like, you know, somebody in there needs to be able to, like, kind of take the reins and be like, no, we're going to get this type of shit done. And I'm going to get people, not just in my own caucus in line, but other people in line, too. And even, you know, if there's people that are willing to, you know, accept our ideas and shit enough to fall in line with them on the Republican side of it, then we can get them, too. You know, at least in these very specific issues. Because, I mean, even Bernie's done that. Like, where it comes to, like, anti-war policies and pushes and shit, he'll work with people on the Republican side, like, you know, Rand Paul. I mean, say what you want about that ramen-haired fuck. I mean, you know, I don't got much love for him at all, considering his backings and his lies and all that other bullshit. But, I mean, he'll work with Bernie on anti-war shit, and they, and they are at least able to work together with things like that, aside whatever disagreements they got, you know, outside of it. But nonetheless, hey, I'll take it. I mean, because at least when it comes to the, you know, core priority issues, when it comes to pushing certain shit, and there is possible, you know, open abilities to at least on those very specific issues get agreement across the aisle, that type of bipartisanship ain't that bad. I mean, it's when it's just across the aisle all the time, just like, oh yes, we're being civil, blah, blah, blah. That's when it's bullshit. Like this whole Supreme Court shit. Like, that type of bipartisanship is inherently fucking negative. But if you got, like, Bernie working with, like, Mike Lee or Rand Paul or some shit, you know, on anti-war legislation or something like that, I mean, that's not bad. I mean, overall, that's good. I mean, you know, it's like whatever Mike Lee's or Rand Paul's fucking actions or shit, you know, outside of that it may be, probably just pure negativity. But, you know, outside of it, it's like, all right, I'll at least work with that. And then with everything else, well, I'll see you on the other side of the aisle and lash out at you on that. How about that? I mean, you know, it's like nowhere you can get your allies, and then, you know, when they're not going to be on other issues, then, well, that's what the, you know, line in the sand is. But at the end of the day, you gotta take what you got, you know, when it comes to certain shit, you know, with fighting against, you know, a lot of different things that are just inherently exploitative and negative to the common people. And honestly, when it comes to that type of shit, that does look, you know, good, especially when it benefits people, you know, to, like, these, you know, like, tribalistic, you know, political voters and shit that either vote D or R all the damn time. Because it's like, at that point, it's like, alright, well, Democrats don't seem so crazy, socialist, radical, blah, blah, blah. Or the Republicans aren't this crazy MAGA, blah, blah, blah. Because, you know, it's like, hey, there's things that are actually benefiting all of us. And they're working together on shit that strangely benefits all of us. So it's like, all right, you know, when they see, you know, the specific politicians that are actually doing that, then they re-elect those type of fucking people. And the people who are not eventually start getting weeded out because they're like, oh, I don't like this, and start looking like the opposition to this type of shit and don't necessarily look too good anymore. And then there could be a potential paradigm shift or something like that. And as more and more issues, you know, arise to shift that paradigm further, the ones who, you know, at least at first, you know, were more agreeable now suddenly seem to be the ones who are in the opposition, and eventually that paradigm can potentially slowly get shifted further. But that's, you know, that requires to at least, you know, when meritable, you know, look at least, you know, to people that you might not necessarily agree with on a lot of issues and be like, all right, we'll get, you know, this one or two issues done, but outside of that, we ain't gonna see eye to eye, so I'll see you on your side of the, you know, debate table or whatever the fuck. See you on that front. I mean, because if there's not at least some form of, you know, like, at least in a sense of reach across the aisle on these issues that do matter, you know, to the average people when it comes to, like, wages, healthcare, you know, divesting from the imperialistic endless wars and shit that the U.S. gets into with the partial military junta that owns our government and shit, then, you know, it's like, how are we gonna really get this, you know, shit done just by ourselves, so to speak? At least, you know, from a more leftist perspective on that. And even then, you know, leftists can't necessarily agree on, you know, what the fuck to do, you know, within their own little mini factions. So it's like, how are you really gonna do that? I mean, you got, you know, there's got to be something. And when it comes to the whole idea of compromise and shit, it's not that, like, I'm inherently against it, but, you know, because there's definitely merit for it. But, I mean, we can't, you know, when it comes to, like, compromise on a political level, we can't just look at it as, like, oh, I won't, you know, like, when it comes to compromise, like, there ain't no way I'm going to compromise my tribalistic enemy, baby. It's like, I mean, are you sure? Because in a way, you might actually find, you know, legit commonalities. Because there's definitely people that, you know, when it comes to some of their political takes and shit, even with my roommate too, to a certain extent, it's like if the very first things I ever heard out of their mouth are those type of takes and shit, it's like, yeah, I'd probably, you know, roll them off. But because I've heard other positions or, you know, other, you know, takes that they've had before and shit on other things, it's like I know there's commonalities, you know, when it comes to these type of, you know, different issues, whether it's like environmentalism, you know, workers' rights, labor, you know, healthcare, whatever it may be. And it varies depending on who I talk to, obviously, but, you know, some of these people are either like apolitical, centrist, even right-leaning, or maybe conservative-leaning to an extent, but nonetheless, there's commonalities. But just because there's, like, you know, a tribalistic difference politically and shit, you know, it's like, should I just roll them off? Fuck no. Like, I mean, you have to at least, you know, build some bridges, you know, to extent, you know, whether there's vehement disagreement or, I mean, insignificant disagreement. Because there's definitely some issues that, you know, I would have with people that, you know, that I look at that I agree with on, or we have commonalities on issues and shit that I know we got vehement disagreements on, even with some of my close friends. But, nonetheless, you know, there's enough commonalities to where we can work together on these type of issues. Or, well, be friends, you know, so it's just like, it doesn't necessarily have to be like the end-all be-all just because there's disagreements and shit, but, you know, especially when it comes to politics, there's such a hyper-fucking factionalization or tribalization that comes into it. And it's like, I mean, it's not necessarily inherently, like, a bad thing, but, like, it really needs to be dropped, like, significantly. Like, it's because it's not getting us anywhere. I mean, because these same political establishment fucks and shit that, you know, especially on the Democratic side, do fuck all, aside from just, you know, profit off it, all this type of distractionary bullshit, you know, just gonna keep getting away with the shit that they do. I mean, so, you know, it's like, so what merit or what, you know, true, like, you know, like, positive, like, yeah, you know, type of, like, you know, feeling or outcome really comes from this type of shit. At least, you know, as far as I'm concerned, nothing.
Going to the Democratic Party, they're shifting to the right with the Republican Party, and as Democrats try to desperately court these moderates that they think Republicans are losing, they're losing their own base. They're losing young people. They're losing the left. But,
yep.
You see, it's a value proposition to Democrats. If you had the choice to have moderates in your base or the left in your base, and you're sold out, you're completely beholden to corporate interests and Wall Street, who do you prefer? Well, of course, moderates. Because with moderates, there's no expectation there for you to deliver. You know, you can do tax cuts for the rich. You can try to further privatize Medicare and Social Security, and they're not going to complain. But the left is going to have an expectation. So the best thing that these corporate Democrats can do and hope for is to just bring in as many moderates as possible and push out the left. You know, when they say they're a Big Ten party, they don't mean that includes you. That means that they include Republicans. That's the subtext. So
yeah, I mean, honestly, that's why I think, you know, potential fracturing of, I guess, you know, in a way there's a silver lining to that type of idea. Because as the Republican Party kind of is in this mode of like, well, we're kind of like half crazy / half moderate, and some of the moderates are starting to, like, a couple of them, not even a lot, mostly in the voter base, but at least, you know, when it comes to politicians, like, a couple of them have shifted to the Democratic side. It's like, we gotta fix something, we gotta figure something out over here. Like, eventually, there, you know, with something like that, there is a potential fracture where either the Republican Party becomes, like, the more Trumpian, MAGA, QAnon-ish side, you know, more extreme side of it, and then the moderate Republicans form their own party, or it's vice versa. And then from that, there's going to be some moderates on the Republican side that'll just go to the Democratic side either way. I mean, and from there, that could also potentially create more of a rift and a fracture on the Democratic side, where a progressive party or even like a farmer labor party or something like that could emerge and form from that. I mean, I think it would probably be a little bit more likely like a Green Party would probably just surface more and at least kind of take in a little bit of, you know, some of that, you know, more fractured progressive left base, but I don't think necessarily all of them. So I feel like there will probably be at least like another, or at least maybe like a reformed farmer labor party, because they, at least historically, they were a legit party at one point. I think to a certain extent they still are, at least locally in certain places. So, I mean, you know, resurgence of these more leftist parties, like, you know, an American Socialist Party or you know, farmer labor party, progressive parties, like the, you know, resurgence of, either one or multiples of those type of parties is a possibility as well. And also, just in general, there has been a little bit of a slight uptick of researches in these things overall. At least in more open primary states where there's a little bit more leeway of, you could choose your party, but still vote and, choose whoever the fuck you want regardless of party affiliation. Closed primary states, you can't do that. Which is bullshit, but, nonetheless, it's what you gotta deal with. Because in my state, in Oregon, it's what we gotta deal with, and it's shitty. Like, there's a lot of pretty democratic things about, like, how elections go, but that's definitely not one of them. I definitely want to see that shit go away at some point. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, but, again, I would love to see it.
The Democratic Party is in very bad shape, and what Marianne Williamson is giving them is common sense advice. Now, Democrats who watch this, who are elected officials, they're not going to care. But what really is important is that MSNBC's audience listens to what Marianne Williamson has to say. And if some of them are receptive to her message, then that just is, the small spark that might ignite the fire and make them realize the Democratic Party sucks. We need to opt for someone who's actually a left-winger and not these milquetoast moderates who continue to fail time and again.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's why I really do like... Yeah, that's also why I'm really starting to like Marianne more. Because I really do like the fact that she legitimately is somebody that, is willing to kind of go on any platform for the most part and just, and just say this shit, because she's not doing it for the sake of the host of the show. Like, she's not doing it for the sake of, trying to get through the MSNBC host. She's doing it for the audience. And honestly, I think that's kind of the perspective I think leftists need to kind of take a little bit. It's like, don't necessarily, look at, at it going into certain shows, whether they're right-leaning or not, into, like, for the host's sake. Look at it for the audience sake, because you're not trying to get the message through the host of the show, whatever it is. You're trying to get through it to the people that are listening to that shit. And, even if you get a small handful of people from, that show, whatever it is, right-leaning or not, that's what fucking matters. And what's up, Rip? What's up, my dude? I'm noticing, like, there's been, like, people coming back and forth and shit, and it's, like, literally been, like, not a single comment, and then you come in here and you're like, what's up, bro? Just out of nowhere. Like, almost 2 hours in. It's like, there's been people chilling and coming in here, but just all lurking and just listening to me rant. So, it's like, okay. Whatever, I don't give a fuck, but I just kind of find it a little amusing. It's like, I guess people just want to listen. All right, whatever. I'm not against that. I guess I'm just, just going off to the point where people are like, all right, I'm just going to listen. So, whatever. I guess that's what a Red Hook does to you. Just kind of go off. I notice that's what these IPAs do. IPAs just get me on tangent mode. But rightfully so, I think. At least in that case. But, yeah, we're just going through the... I mean, I guess you could probably tell, the whole thing with Marianne Williamson. Honestly, like, all in all, I'm legit am kind of starting to really like her. Like, I'm thinking she's honestly, potentially, like... the Obi-Wan Kenobi, for 2024, possibly. If not then probably the next cycle. Like, cause like I said, I mean, she's, kind of taking, like, this spicy angst of, like, this, like, kind of burn energy, like the Bernie energy a little bit. And, and harnessing that into, like, this little humble, like, auntie, like, mode that is really digestible for people and is just pretty much been very consistent with that type of fucking messaging. I mean, so it's like, honestly, it's making me feel a little bad in hindsight from 2020 and shit, because I was kind of looking at her as like a little bit of a goof. But now it's like, god damn, like, she's kind of coming out like girl bossing a little bit. It's like, oh shit. Like, damn, like, honestly, it's like, whoa, like, where did this come from? Like, where did this Marianne come from, though? Like, why wasn't this, popping off in 2020? Where did this come from? I mean, that's kind of what I'm wondering a little bit about her. It's like, why weren't you like this in 2020? Because I feel like she would have had a little bit more of a... I don't think she would have made it, but I feel like she would have been a little bit more noticed and acknowledged if she did. She presented herself as a goof in 2020. That's what I'm saying. Like, and that's kind of what makes me wonder. It's like, where was this Marianne Williamson in 2020? Like, why? That's what like, I think right now, at least, kind of confuses me about her. So, like, where was this Marianne in 2020? Like, I want to give her the benefit of the doubt, but there is a hint of cynicism in me where it's like, are you fucking, like, are you doing something here? I mean, but, I don't know. Like, she's been very consistent with it to the point where I'm like, I don't know, I am liking it. And if she's consistent with this, then, I don't know. And she's never been like, one of these insider establishment types. I mean, so that's also another plus. So, I mean, there's things about her that, at least kind of override that cynicism, at least in my mind. So, I don't know. Like, I really don't know what, like, I really do feel like, she's, in there with the good intentions and shit. Because she's kind of harnessing some of that, like, Bernie energy a little bit. That spicy angst, that, like, people, especially on the progressive left, are feeling. I mean, I don't know. I feel like, she could be in a weird way, like the Obi-Wan, for 24. I mean, I don't even know necessarily she has a chance then, but she might be a little bit of a force to be reckoned with, though, regardless. So, I don't know. I have to say, at least on the electoral side of things, she definitely seems kind of one of more of the hopeful elements, when it comes to that shit. So, all in all, here's hoping. Oh, little sweet boy. I mean, I guess maybe it's just a little bit of, like, that burn, from, like, the 2-time, over with Bernie and shit, but, like, and, with that, just kind of coming this, like, feeling of, like, we need somebody, damn it, which, I mean, we do, and considering that she's kind of all ostensibly kind of coming in and like, well, if no one else is kind of taking the reins, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. Like, kind of coming in with that mentality, like, she kind of seems like, like the white horse that we need, so to speak. The one who came in on the white horse, and, as Rome fell, or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, she just seems like the type of person that, like, that, at least right now, would be like that. No one else, as far as I know, can really be like that right now. But she's kind of going out there a little bit like it. It's so weird for me to be like, yeah, Marianne, bro. When, like, a few years ago, like, if I was, like, looking, like, if I was talking to, like, 2020 me, like, 2020 me would look at me now like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, who are you right now? Like, I mean, it does feel a little odd. But nonetheless, I'm not complaining. I'll take it. You gotta kind of take who you can get, you know what I mean? Yeah, what else is going on, tip here? Secular talk revealed Senator Joe Manchin's corruption exposed. It's like, Kyle, dude, like, my guy, like, everyone, like, at this point, like, that's just like common knowledge if anyone's like familiar with politics at this rate. A literal fucking coal baron piece of shit. Like, I mean, one of the fundamental main reasons why he's in a position that he is because of his family-owned coal mining business and shit. Or it's like coal refining or something. It's like, it's in the coal industry. His family has a fucking coal company, and it profits and benefits, you know, because of his fucking position in West Virginia. So it's like, that's literally why. I mean, that's why he gets to have the fucking, you know, fuck you yachts and shit, you know, it's like straight up. It's like, yep, I got my yacht, West Virginia, go fuck yourself. Oh yeah, you're all having an opioid crisis or all in poverty? Well, I'm just on my yacht enjoying, you know, Scranton over here, you know what I'm saying? Or Manhattan, wherever the fuck I put my yacht. It's like, oh, wow. What a blue-collar representative he is, even though he poses as that. My God, honestly, like, there was like something that, was it Human Report actually? Like, there was like a clip that I remember seeing where it was like, what's her face? Murkowski? Senator Murkowski, I think, in Manchin, they were literally having a circle jerk and basically like having like sexual intercourse on national TV verbally with each other in Minecraft. Like, about how they're like, you know, above the fray and like, you know, all this other shit. And it's like, it's literally the most disgusting shit. It's like, ugh. I really honestly can't even like begin to describe it, really, because it's just some shit. It's just some shit. Apparently Logan is slowly getting his car repaired. It'll be a while though, because it needs hard to find parts. Damn. Tomorrow I'm gonna hit him up about what time or about like, you know, Thursday and shit, because I'm thinking, because at least for my little trip that I want to do, you know, going out and bumblefuck nowhere shooting shit, I know Harley said he was down after work, which is I think 2, so I'm thinking, I know my dad said he's obviously down because it'll get him out of the house, and obviously he's gonna have fun shooting shit, so he's not gonna, you know, be against that. And you know, we'll bring Zukov along. Oh my God, Vito and Jazzy. Oh no, they probably are gonna come too, and that's gonna be a nightmare and a half. Oh sweet Jesus, sweet baby Rays. We'll make it work, and yeah. But I'm thinking I can at least, you know, maybe you know, have my, you know, me and my dad go over to Logan's place, just chill over there, you know, for a little bit, wait until Harley gets off, then we all can go to Sportsman's, grab some more ammo, and then go from there, and just vibe, chill, and then, maybe go hit the pub or something like that, you know, afterwards. Maybe Wichita or some shit, so, I don't know. That's kind of my game plan. And not, you know, wherever we go, that doesn't necessarily matter, just somewhere that obviously isn't populated and is okay to set targets up and shoot. I wish that little gravel pit area my coworker told me about was accessible right now, because I would so badly go there right now. Because that just looks phenomenal. It just looks like the perfect place. It's like a perfect little range area. It's like, oh my God. Oh. I mean, I really wish I could just at least scope it out, but you know, I know 224 out there is closed, and it's like, fuck. I mean, there's got to be some logging roads on 224 that are open still, so I don't know. I mean, there's a possibility that I can still go that way, and at least, you know, find some logging roads that are still open, or at least, you know, we can kind of go around a little bit. And just go deep enough to where no one's really going to notice, and we can just kind of hike, you know, just ever so slightly out, set some shit up, shoot for a little bit, and, you know, especially Zukov, but Vito and Jazzy, I don't know how that will work, but we can make it work. The card we'll be using will actually be good enough. Besides, if there's at least 4 of us and at least 3 able-bodied, yeah, that'll work. Gah. Finally done drawing. Oh, you're drawing, huh? I like how I've been going on for like 2 hours and people have been like watching and just kind of chilling and shit. But like now, it's just now people are chatting. It's like, what? It's like, what was with the lurkers? Not that I have a problem with that. I mean, I guess people are just like, oh, I'll listen to this guy ramble. I'll listen to him, you know, just vent off and go off king, you know, and all that shit. Or not. Or just like, listen to this fucking idiot, lol. I don't know. So however people perceive it doesn't fucking matter to me. I don't care. I'm just saying my shit, ranting, not giving a fuck. I mean, that's kind of the whole premise anyway. Just finished some replacement buttons for his boombox. I'm assuming this boombox. And did 3 battery covers last week. There's some of them. Oh shit. Cheap ways. Boombox clinic, oh yeah. Look at that shit, me, oh yeah. I know what I'm looking at, but it looks fancy, oh yeah. Oh, I kind of see what they are. Oh no, okay, I'm actually seeing what they are now. Now that I'm like looking, kind of scrolling down and seeing the parts. Yeah, it's a door. Oh, okay, now I'm seeing what it is now. Oh, okay. Okie dokie. I had an IPA and now I'm about to have a mango cart, so. Ooh, microphone set. Ooh, nice. Ooh, fancy. Fancy. Cool. I have no idea what goes on mobile, but you might be able to spin it around 3D if you click into one. Oh, what? Wait, let me click one randomly. Let me click on this random thing. This looks random. Gonna click this thing. Gonna check it out. Let me get some of that 3D view. Digital preview, not a photo. Well, yeah, give me a 3D spec, bitch. Oh, I guess I can't. No. It just gives me one little picture, that's all. Damn. Sad. Quite unfortunate. Jerks, I know, right? It's like, what the hell? Boo. The fuck, Zukov? This paw shit is so annoying, man. Thank you. Look, I love you, but this paw shit is so goddamn annoying. Don't do it. I swear to God, if you do it again... Aw, you're just trying to get cute points. Oh, this ear shit? Don't do this ear thing. Oh, don't give me that look. Hey, be careful. Don't be too harassing. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah. I can't harass too much. Oh, it's funny enough, yeah, like, because apparently, like, the stream that did get dinged was from fucking 3 years ago. So that honestly makes me, like, that makes me think 2 things. Either the algorithm just decided randomly that, like, it detected something in it, or somebody who just happened to watch it was like, this is harassment, and just, like, reported it randomly, and the algorithm was like, okay. Either way, it's a false support thing, and I imagine it's an easily repeatable thing anyway. But, I mean, honestly, it's YouTube, and it's knowing YouTube, I mean, let's just put that caveat aside, but, I mean, like, because honestly, like, the algorithm on YouTube is so fucking weird, because, straight up, like, I'll get an email every now and then, like, a notification email, like, hey, this video's been age restricted, and I'll look, and it's either, like, a stream I did from either, like, a couple days ago, to a week ago, to, like, a month ago, to straight up, like, even a few years ago, and it's like, huh? It's like, what? Like, the ones that really throw me off are, like, from months ago or years ago. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, that one's confused. Like, that shit's confusing. It's like, how? Like, out of nowhere, suddenly it's just like, now it decides to be age restricted? That's a weird one. I don't get that one. I mean, it, like... YouTube's algorithm is just fucking, like, broken. It's not just weird, it's just broken. And Wojcicki literally doesn't care. She'd rather, like, invest in NFTs. Like, that's literally what she wants to fucking do. Like, oh, man. What the fuck? A little ponderous, to say the least. I know. And honestly, because it was so long ago, I don't, like, I'm not gonna fucking remember what happened. It's just, like, if there's, like, any goddamn, like, context in that stream that may or may not legitimately potentially be considered, like, harassment or whatever the fuck, I don't know what it is. It was, like, to be fucking frank, sometimes, like, even if it's, like, a stream from, like, days ago or a week ago, I'm not even gonna remember, like, everything or anything necessarily that goes on. That shit, sometimes they all just kind of blend together. I mean, but, like, I mean, honestly, it'd just be nice, like, if they do, like, I mean, I do kind of like it was a warning, at least, and not a full-on strike, because if it was, I wouldn't be doing this right now. I mean, which would kind of suck, but whatever. I mean, I guess that kind of implies maybe I could have, like, an alternate channel, potentially. You know, at least, you know, as a backup. Like a little backup stream channel. But, I don't know. Well, I don't know. That's actually not a bad idea. Probably a good idea, just in case. Because, honestly, you know, if it was a strike, it would be like, you can't stream or, you know, and stuff like that for a week. And it's like, well, fuck you. I mean, at least it's a warning, so it's like you're getting fucked in the ass, but at least, like, they're using a decent-sized dildo that is, you know, a, you know, lubricated, you know, dildo that is just being, you know, casually just inserted in and out, just very casually. You know, it's, if anything, it's actually kind of a relatively pleasant experience. But it's still like it's not consensual though, regardless. It's like you're still getting fucked in the ass. It's like, this is what happens when you fuck a stranger in the ass, Larry. You know, it's like, this is what happens when you fuck a stranger in the ass. Like, it's still that, no matter what, it's still that. But it's at least still somewhat of a pleasant experience. I had to throw a Big Lebowski reference in there. It fit too perfectly. Is the bike dog there tonight? No, he's not. He won huge. The Civic failed inspection, so no ricer. Damn. Well. Well, I guess not damn for him. I will see him Thursday for sure. Because I plan on, you know, being at least at his apartment, potentially, give or take, around the time he gets off. I'm actually going to make sure I confirm that with him tomorrow. So I'm going to get, you know, him and Logino and be like, yo, we're making sure this is happening, right? Like, I'm going to get some melons. Y'all, you know, it's like, we'll pitch in on some melons, you know, for each other. And we'll bring them all together. And then I'll buy, like, and I'm thinking, you know, maybe, you know, if Logan wants to, he doesn't have to, if he, you know, but it's encouraged, I guess, if he wants to buy one box, and I'll buy, like, 2 boxes or something like that. No melons allowed. Aw. Well, hey, sorry. I mean, we need targets. I'm going to be setting something up. I'll record some videos, too, and potentially see if I can, you know, I'm actually tomorrow, I'll see if I can find an app that's pretty decent when it comes to, like video editing or, like, film, movie editing, shit like that. Like, an app for that. If I can find one that's actually pretty legit, I'll actually make a couple different video clips and make, like, kind of like a little edited, like, little vlog video out of it. You know, like record some footage of us going up there and shit, getting our melons and setting them up, shooting them up, and all that shit. Having a time. So, I mean, because it's Thursday, I get paid, so I can at least not full on splurge out, but splurge a little bit. I can at least, you know, get some more ammo, so we have a little bit more ammo, just splurge out and have some fun for a little bit and all that shit. I'm actually kind of curious how the spring is holding up in that mag tube. I'm not gonna worry about it right now, though. Because I have 5 shells in it right now, just in the mag tube, nothing in the chamber, just so I can get the mag tube spring worn in. Because to get the 5th one for the max capacity, you have to like really push it in, because it's like there's like this much space, you know, left when I initially was pushing it in there. But at least the last couple times I've been doing it gets in there pretty easily. But every now and then, I still kind of have to push it a little bit. So, just leaving the 5 in there, so at least it gets worn in a little more. Which actually, that's a good thing. Like, if you get, like, fresh, like when it comes to, like, magazines, stuff like that, I guess not that anyone necessarily cares, but just for after's sake. But, like, you know, when it comes to, like, getting new magazines and shit like that, it's best, if you have just ammo just around, you know, it's best to just load it up, you know, to its, whatever its max capacity is, whether it's, like, 10 rounds, 15, 20, 30... however many, and just let it, you know, just load it up and just let it chill for a while. Yeah, just so that spring inside it can get worn in, so it's not so stiff. So, same applies for shotguns too. So, eventually it'll get worn in a little more, and it'll be nice. It'll be nice and easy. I actually have noticed that my slugs are just slightly longer than my game shots, so I can't fit 5 slugs in there right now. Yet. Like, they can barely fit 2, but it's like, it's like really trying to push hard. I can almost, and it's like, okay. I mean, they're like ever so slightly larger, just barely, so it's like, alright, if the spring gets worn in enough, I could probably fit 5 slugs in there. Because that's how many I have right now, at least. So, I think, you know, give it enough wearing in with the magazine tube, it'll eventually get in there. The rip, I mean, I know you're not, like, a gun fan, but, I mean, at least one of these times, you know, if we do it in, like, during summertime and shit, I want to at least take you along just for the heck of it. Because if you want, you can at least, you know, like, I mean, like, if we have, like, all friends together and shit, like, the ones who want to, you know, shoot around can shoot around, whoever doesn't can do whatever the fuck else, you know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily have to be just that shit. Because while we're, at least, you know, all of us are going to be out and about, we're going to, you know, probably also kind of explore the area too, you know, go on a little hike or some shit like that, find, like, you know, different little areas so we can go, you know, shoot at and stuff. Rather go hiking or rafting or even camping. Well, I mean, if we go camping, I'm just going to be honest, I'm probably going to bring my gun anyway, you know, so it's like, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, on some of these different occasions, depending on where we are, if it's applicable or okay, you know, it's like, you know, those type of instances might come up, but it's like, alright, you know, I have like 50 shells or like 100 shells or something like that to splurge out on, fuck it. You know, it's like, you know, a hiking trip where we're in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere, you know, it's like we're kind of chilling in some place, and it's a nice, you know, little open area, set up some shit, some beer cans or whatever the fuck, and plank a few of them, shit like that. Again, it depends on where we're going, obviously, but, I mean, if we're camping or hiking and shit, I mean, it's those type of things, like, you know, like, where we're driving, you know, wherever we happen to go to, like, we're probably gonna hike around a little bit, too. Because I know Logan Harley are definitely going to want to do that. I mean, my dad really can't, but, I mean, he could just make sure that the car and, you know, and all that's secure, so, and whatever shit we happen to leave behind. So, I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but, you know, he can at least explore the local area and shit, and we can take dogs out, or at least my dog out, and, you know, go hiking out for a little bit. So we can definitely at least, you know, like, the idea, at least for Thursday or Friday, I'm really wanting to try to push for Thursday shit, you know, but regardless, I mean, either way, I mean, the idea is to at least, you know, just make a whole adventure out of it. It's not necessarily just going out and shooting, you know, I mean, that's the main objective, but, you know, the side objectives is just kind of find a little spot, explore the fuck out of it, and, you know, just kind of go on like a little do your own adventure book day hike, you know, while going out and shooting some melons and shit like that, you know, so. I mean, if I had some time, I'd order, like, a little bit of tannerite. Like, straight up, I honestly deadass would. But I'll do that next time. I don't necessarily have the money to buy that right now. I have at least some money to buy a couple boxes of ammo, because it's at least 25 for, you know, a box of game shot, so. I could at least do that. But can't really buy tannerite. That's a little more expensive. The one these days, we'll be using that. And it's gonna be so fucking fun. Oh my god, I just thought of an awesome idea. Stick a little bit of tannerite in a melon. Like a nice, fat, plump watermelon. Just put a little, you know, carve out a little hole in the middle of it. Put a little tannerite in the center of it. Whoo, baby. That melon's gonna go off, baby. Holy shit. I mean, you don't need a lot in the first place. That shit will just... I mean, that'll go off. But honestly, one of these days, I'll probably try to see about getting a hunting permit, so if there's times that we happen to go camping in the summer and it happens to be like a hunting season, I might, at least for myself personally, might make like a little hunting trip out of it. Find like a little pheasant or something. Get some pheasant, grill that up. Oh, if we happen to go camping and actually end up doing that, oh, dude. We gotta, like, you know, do some self-sustaining, like, hunter-gatherer shit and fucking, like, cook up some pheasant, dude. Oh, bruh. Okay. If we're going camping, I'm straight up... Dude, we gotta... Oh, fuck yeah, bro. Okay. Alright. If we happen to go camping shit, and it's, like, season for, like, pheasants and shit like that, I mean, bruh. If I happen to, you know, go off and, you know, kind of go on a little hunt and find myself a pheasant or two, dude, if we're camping, we got some grub. We got some grub. Like, dude, that just sounds, that's a camping experience right there. You don't necessarily have to do it, but, you know, you could probably, you know, help, you know, kind of go in with the prepping, with the cooking and all that shit. You know, but, you know, when it comes to, you know, at least the hunting process, I can handle that shit. Maybe bring Tyler along or something like that. He'd probably be down for it. He's all about, like, doing, like, you know, I will take all from, you know, the nature and bring, you know, respect it and bring back, you know, as I take from it type of, you know, he's all about that shit. And I know he would definitely love going hunting at some point. Honestly, it's a perfect opportunity now at this point for him. So, and maybe for Zukov too. He might be a pretty good hunting dog. Maybe not for pheasants, but well, actually maybe so. You might make a good little hunting dog. Look at you, little boy. You might make a good hunting dog. Get us some food. Get us some grub and get you some pheasant. Oh, you love some pheasant, wouldn't you? Oh, look at you. Yes, you would. What about some duck? Would you like some duck? I bet you would. Oh, you want more belly rubs, don't you? Oh my goodness, look at you. Oh, you want some belly rubs.
Yeah, you like the idea of having some fresh pheasants, fresh duck? Yeah, yes you do. What about some goose? Want some goose? Yes you do. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah.
Honestly, some of my, I know a coworker that actually goes pheasant hunting, so I'm sure one of these days, you know, when it's in season, I'll probably get invited to go with him one of these days. So, and honestly, you know, I've been wanting to go hunting once or twice and try it out. So, perfect opportunity for it. I'll at least start small. I'm not gonna try to go for a fucking deer. Like that's I'm biting way more than I could chew with that. So. Sukov, you look at you. You got your paw on my leg again. You want more belly rubs. I already know it. You're like, why did you stop the belly rubs, Dad? Why did you stop? I want more belly rubs, you fuck. Oh, come up here. Come here. Come up here, buddy. Come here. Oh, you sweet baby. Oh, you sweet handsome boy. Come here. Oh, you boy. Oh. Yeah, one of these days you're gonna have some fresh duck and pheasant. Hey, don't give me a kiss. Not without my permission. Can't give me kisses like that. Your little grunts, moans, and your little sounds, bro. You're a very vocal pup, but you don't bark. At least a lot. You don't bark a lot. You bark sometimes. But you're not, like, insane about it. You just kind of go off occasionally. You're like, boy, boy, boy. Oh, you're not like your siblings, which is good. Oh. Who's a good boy? Oh. Who's a good boy? Who's a good buddy boy? You just like chilling here, do you? You like leaning up on me like this, do you? Not like fully laying down, but just kind of like standing up and leaning up on me like this. You like it. I think you just missed sentence and looks like it's fall and winter, not summer. Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's not a big deal. I mean, depending on, you know, like how free time works for us in the fall at least. I mean, that can actually, you know, work out either way. I mean, I know no one's really into it, but, like, I mean, fall camping or winter camping, I mean, like, for me at least, I like it. I mean, fall camping wouldn't be as bad. It would just be a little bit more cold, so you just need a lot more layers and shit like that. But wouldn't be a big deal. Look at you, Zukov. Who's a handsome boy? I give you permission once, and you're just like, nah, fam, I'm good. I give you the one permission to give me a little kiss on the lip, and you're just like, nah. You suck. You're a little jerk, you know that? And personally, it would be more Logan's thing, I think. Well, I'm not saying you, like, I mean, when it comes to a whole camping trip, like, there would be a whole camp thing, but I would, like, venture off and find, like, a pheasant for us to cook at the night. You know, be like, alright, we're gonna, you know, alright, I'm gonna go off find myself a pheasant for us. You know, and then, you know, somebody, you know, can volunteer to prep it, then someone can cook it. But I'll go off and find it. No one has to worry about, you know, dealing with it but me. Unless someone wants to join in on me. You know, so that'd basically be the idea. I mean, I might bring Zook. I mean, if we go camping and shit, I, you know, definitely would bring Zukov along. And all in all, like, I mean, he probably would make a really great hunting dog. Now that I think about it. I like how the country boy in me and, like, the real, like, conservative man boy. You know, I like how that in me is coming out now because but nah, I'm kidding a little bit though. I still, advocate and, understand, major need and necessity when it comes to, regulation and responsibility and all that, blah, 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 Position still applies. So, maybe that would be difficult to organize. I don't usually have many days off and falling Eastern Oregon's pretty far. Eastern Oregon, yeah, I mean, we don't necessarily have to go out in Eastern Oregon, shit. We can go up in, like, the mountains or, areas that aren't really too far out that, are okay when it comes to things like hunting and shit. I mean, like, there's definitely things that we can look into and plan out when it comes to this type of stuff. I mean, I'm just, I'm coming into it as somebody who's just getting into this type of shit. Like, I mean, I'm not like, like, yeah, it was, I know everything about it, we're gonna do it. Whatever the fuck. Like, I mean, like, I'm kind of learning how I'm going with it, at least when it comes to that type of specific stuff. So. And honestly, by that point, like, when it comes to near the end of the year, I might have another firearm, too. Because at the local sportsman warehouse that I went to go get ammo last time, they had a Chinese SKS that was still functional, really good condition overall, had some carvings on it, and all that type of shit. And it was only like $500. And I was like... And, at least for me, I'm a sucker for SKSs. And oh my god, it was like, I mean, again, I know you Rip don't care, but like, oh my god, it was a beauty. It was beautiful. Oh. It had a carving of 1989 on it. So it makes me wonder, like, what's the backstory behind it? Because there really is a story behind that firearm, and it has, like, its own personal little history. And it's like, I really, like, because that's why I like kind of vintage historical guns. Like, I wouldn't have that just to go hunt with or shoot with. I just have it, and if anything, just to kind of learn, what its background might be. Because if the serial numbers on it are the original ones still, then I could probably find out what the origins of that is and potentially see, what its history is, including to how it got to the U.S. as well, because it had a stamp of Kentucky, USA on there for when it got shipped and imported to the U.S. So, I mean, it definitely has a history to it, and like it hasn't really been altered since its original service in China, whatever it was. But if I have the cash and it happens to still be there, I'm definitely fucking taking it. Like, because I just for the sake of just finding out what the history behind it is, because I would love to know, just to see. Like, was it used in, like, the Chinese Civil War, maybe? Or was it used in the Korean War? Was it used in Vietnam? Like, I mean, that type of shit would be really fucking fascinating to find out. Maybe it was used in some other conflict or something. Like, that type of shit is just, like, really fascinating to me. Maybe it was used by the Mujahideen in the Soviet-Afghan War. It was in the 80s, after all. Maybe initially saw service in, like, maybe the Korean War with, Chinese listed service member, and then eventually got imported to Afghanistan, and maybe from there found its way to Kentucky or something. I mean, who knows? At least that type of stuff for me personally is really fascinating, pretty cool to me. But that's just kind of overall why, at least when it comes to firearms in general, I really love vintage and historical guns. Like, that's really my bread and butter, because a lot of it is just more on finding out what the history of it is. Zukov! What are you boofing? What are you boofing about? What's up, bro? It's probably a cat. Okay? Chill out. It's a cat. If not, I got a boomstick. Comrade, I got boomstick. Like, come on. I got the boomstick over there. No need to fear. I need sub-lethal boomstick ammunition though. Because I don't necessarily want to like obliterate people. I just want to sub-lethally detain them. Or incapacitate them. I prefer that. Wild Harley. You know what's weird? I wouldn't be surprised if it was. It's 1:40 in the morning, but in a weird way, I would not be surprised if it was. I really wouldn't at all. But honestly, oh shit, I thought you'd be asleep by now. Oh my god, I swear to, dude, if he did that, if he actually did show up randomly at like 1:40 in the morning and said that, I'd look at him like a fucking weirdo. Like, dude, do you know me? Like, you know I'm... I don't even know. Like, I don't even know how I would fully respond to that. Like, I know I'd say that, like, you dork. You know I'm up by this point, still. Especially when I have a day off tomorrow. And on top of that, like... I mean, he knows I do, like, it's just, it all comes down to, like, you know I do these, you know I stay up this late, especially when it's, like, a day off. I mean, all these things. Like, you know all the fucking variables, bro? Like, what? What the hell? I'd straight up be like, what the fuck, dude? I'll just go to sleep in the doghouse. Which is over here, by the way. Like, he likes being in the garage for some reason. Being in the trunk of his car. Or that. I mean, honestly, it's like, dude, there's a perfectly good room. Like, it's the floor, I know, but hey, it's still my room, and, like, I have the heater in there, so it's warm. Like, all the, like, I incentivize so much, like, comfort when it comes to not letting him just chill. It's, because, like, dude, it's cold, it's concrete, like, all these things, it's like, bro, it's like, come on. Like, you know I have a spare blanket, I'll just give you one, and you can just be on, like, and I have a, you know I have, like, 5 or 6 pillows. Like, I'll just give you one of those. It's like, dude, it's like I really look at it, I'm like, bro, like, I know you got, like, your aesthetic, like, interest of, like, I like the garage, blah. But it's like, man, I mean, take the hospitality when it's offered, you son of a bitch. It's like, come on, man. So, like, the last time he was over there sleeping, and I'm, like, looking at him, like, and I'm kind of looking over every now and then, I'm like, man, why aren't you just in my fucking room, just, like, you know, sleeping in there on the floor? I mean, it's like, I mean, I know it ain't, like, a bed or nothing, but it's not concrete either. I know he would be clapping back right now if he was here. I know he would immediately do that. Be like, no, it's like, I honestly swear to God, it's just pure copium. Nothing but the cope. It's like, you know goddamn well, bro. You know well. But, you know, it all comes around because he does, like, you know, the garage aesthetic. Like, I know what it's all about, fundamentally. And that's why it's to cope, because it's coping to the fact that he really likes that aesthetic, and I get it. But it's like, man, when you get, you know, it's like when there's a pad, you know, that's, you know, in the possible future where that is an availability, then you can customize that garage to make it as comfortable as all can be. But, like, when it's just like, you know, a visitor, it's like, come on. Take the hospitality. So, if you're not getting over there, just give up. That chair is there for your obstruction. So just give up. And don't paw me again. Because I know you're going to do it again. He did it. He did it again. You son of a bitch. Don't give me that look. Don't give me that look of cuteness. Honestly, maybe that's why I got dinged for harassment, because Zukov. He's the one doing it. It's not me. I'm innocent. It's Zukov doing it. You're the one getting me in trouble. You're harassing me with your paws. You're pawing at me all the time, which is harassment. And you're bullying me with your fucking stares of cuteness. Like, your cuteness, like, this, what you got going on right now is harassment. That's why I got dinged. Because you're harassing me just with your sheer existence like this. Just doing what you're doing right now. I mean, it's like, that's why. Oh my god, don't get me that. Oh my god. See? He's coercing me. He coerced me to give some loves and scritches. Because he's harassing me and coercing me forcibly into spoiling him. That's what he's doing. That's why I got dinged. That's why YouTube looked at me and said, naughty, naughty. I'm innocent. It wasn't me. It was Zukov. It was the dog. You know what they say? When in doubt, blame the dog, right? But in this case, it's true. It's objective fact. It's not just an excuse. There's evidence. Like, ever since he's been here. Like, there's been nothing but pure, constant evidence in my favor of my innocence. Judge, and to the court, I dare say, I rest my case. Down, down, bow. Down, down, bow, bow. Come bow down, down. What is that theme? I don't even know, but like... Hold on, I'm gonna find it. Is this it? It's... Yeah! Down, down, down. This is from 81. Okay, honestly, low-key though, I mean, it's such a simple little lick, but that's a fucking slapper. I'm not gonna lie, dude, that fucking theme, that theme song slaps. It's so simple, it's very simplistic. There's not a lot of flair, there's not a lot of intensity. I mean, you know, it's just a very simple, you know, little like, bow down, bow. Bow down, bow, bow, bow. You know, it's a very simple little lick. But damn, does it slap? I mean, it's a very, you know, it's like sometimes simplicity is best. I mean, and this is a case where it proves that. I mean, we got it. Oh, honestly, it is good. It just out of the context of the you know, of the People's Court. Prosecutor of YouTube, Wojcicki, you know, here finds you guilty of sexual harassment. Well, not sexual harassment, just cyberbullying and harassment. And the defendant here say that it was blamed on the dog, with the sheer evidence of endless streams that... Hold on, let's just bring it back. With the endless streams of his dog. Where his dog was the one who was actually doing all the harassment. All his pawing, his stares, his looks of guilt. I think we can safely say that Ignat here, in this court, amongst the jury and to the judge and to the prosecutor themselves, can say, without a shadow of a doubt, Ignited is indeed innocence amongst the people's coat. Bam! Damn, I kind of hit the post a little bit of that one. Bam! What says you, prosecutor? Oh shit, dude, this slaps! Holy fuck, this goes off! Damn, dude, this shit fucking oh my god, this slaps. This slaps! Holy shit! I'm just gonna let this play out. This slaps too hard. Dude, this slaps. This dude, what? This has no. Okay, can we like make a new case to say that this has no right to slap the way it does? This has no right to slap the way it does. Holy shit! I didn't realize it slapped hard like this. Oh my god. Dun, dun. I'm actually reacting right now like this, like. Dude, this is too good. What the fuck? Dude, what the hell? This is too good. Dude, those fucking percussion beats. Oh my god, this is too good. What the fuck? This has no right. Damn. I'm too infused. Oh damn! Oh my god! What the hell? This is too good. Ooh! Oh my god, this is too good! Dude, this song slaps too hard! What the fuck? Oh my god. Damn. It just fucking throws this at you? What the? What? Wow. Wow! Holy shit! Wow. Dude, what an outro! The Beyond Bar to Bed Bath & Beyond, dude, no shit. At least send you twos, the artist, PR. Oh my god, dude. Okay, so the actual song is called The Big One. Oh, dude. Oh. Dude, that song is lit. Dude, that song was too good. Can I help you, Zukov? More of your harassment here, boy. But, oh my god, dude, that had no right to slap like that. And that oh my god, that outro. That outro was insane. That just sent you to, like, space. It's like, you thought that was enough? putting you in orbit, bitch. It's like, man, that was a phenomenal song. The Big One is indeed a perfect name for that song. Wow, that was a phenomenal song. Hang on to your bongos. I mean, no shit, dude. That was like, oh, that was just so good. Man. I didn't think that would be like as good as it was. Oh, wow. I don't know what it's been with this week. Like, Paul, like enlightened me with the Most Dangerous Game, a 1932 film, because that shit was fucking like, like that movie is like fucking like amazing, just phenomenal. And then music wise, like, I just get fucking like flexed on with that. It's like another mind blow. Like, just blowing my mind. Like, my mind's getting blown with some shit right now. Like, the last couple days, there's been some mind blowing shit I've just like enlightened myself to a little bit. That song had straight up no right to slap the way it did. That was just wow. I'm all wow. Like the progression, I mean, it like it's like the core progression and everything. I mean, also like the very specific like intro like theme to the People's Court, you know, is a very simplistic little lick. But just the expansion of that into the oh my god, and then that transition, wow, like wow. I'm wow. Like, honestly, just wow. Just a phenomenal song, like, straight up. Damn. What the fuck are you doing? Do you have to do that on, oh my god, jeez, such force. His tail just, like, launched like a piece of, what is that, like a piece of paper? Some piece of paper just launched it like 5 feet. Like, why are you doing this up again? That was loud. But it gets him away from my fucking desk. Ugh. Oh my god. That crazy dog. Anyway, I remember earlier today, actually, I just kind of see a little recommendation here. I'm putting the screen up now. Earlier, when I was streaming earlier today, I saw this. Kind of react to it, but never fully reacted to it. And it's just like, this, honestly, I saw the rest of it in the entirety on my lunch, and oh my fucking god. This, we have to see this entirety. This is the best, like, since now we're all in jolly mode, like, we gotta get extra jolly. Just extra jolly. Drawing something for you. Aww. So excited. So cow, look at you. Bye. You wanna praise gay Satan? Come here. Come on. Let's praise gay Satan. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's a sweet little baby. Oh. Hey, get away from that. Yeah, theocratic fascistic book burnings, but wait, there's a catch. Burn the Bible! Burn the Bible! devil.
I copy Darwin's urging the species in Fahrenheit 451. Praise Satan!
Praise Satan!
Hail Satan!
Hail Satan!
His strength and power! Woo!
Hail the Satans! Hail the Satans! The praise of the Lord!
That's what happens when a Satanist crashes a far-right...
By the way, can I just say that that person has probably the biggest set of balls I think I've seen so far in 2022. So...
throws the Bible into the fire and then screams, "Hail Satan." Now, I want to show you
Hail
more
Satan.
from what happened after they did that, but first, I do want to give you a little bit of
Satanus.
context so you at least know what's happening.
Hail
So as David
Satanus.
Gilbert of Vice explains, let's go give the devil a black eye. That's how
Hail
Pastor Craig
Satanus.
Clark, the head of the Global Vision Bible Church in Mount Juliet, Tennessee, roused his congregation on Wednesday night. Then he led them to a bonfire blazing outside where he proceeded to burn books like Harry Potter and Twilight. Locke had been promoting the book burning event all week on his hugely popular Facebook page, where he encouraged followers to bring all your Harry Potter stuff as well as all your Twilight books and movies. That mess is full of spells, demonism, shape-shifting, the occultism, bring tarot cards, Ouija boards, healing...
I like, wait, hold on. I'm seeing plywood in there. Wait, is the plywood also satanic too? What the fuck did the plywood ever do to you? Like, what the hell? Wait, is this the plywood? Was the plywood, like, you know, casted satanic spells upon? So now it's like satanic plywood? What is this? This is not a proper fucking Christian book burning. This is like some weird nonsense where you got like innocent plywood and shit. What the fuck is wrong with you fucking... Not true Christians. This is not like a proper Christian book burning right here. You got like innocent ass plywood. Innocent, harmless plywood being burnt with a bunch of Satanists and a bunch of satanic influences. Shame on you. Like this is not proper Christian ways of doing things. Like, the plywood didn't do anything to you. It was a gift upon the Lord. Like, what? You think that it was supposed to, like, grant some sort of, like, holy, like, shield or something as, like, the evil spirits are released? Like, I'm sorry, but, like, those are casted and burnt away amongst the flame. Like, I mean, you don't got nothing to worry about, so why you burn the plywood? What did it do to you? Oh, and you call yourselves Christians. And you call yourselves Christians. Ah, the tomfoolery of it all. I mean, honestly, like, I like how they're just like, we're doing a book burning, but also it's not just books, but they also got, like, just whatever the fuck, like, just random memorabilia. Like, I remember earlier today, I saw, like, a thing specifically, like, there was, like, a Villains Disney, like, glassware set, like, for the Disney show Villains, and I'm like, oh my god, you cannot be like, glassware, like, do these people not understand, like, I was saying from earlier, it's like, do they not understand how the fuck glass is made? Because guess what? Glass is made in higher temperatures than that fucking fire right there. So whatever glassware, like the fucking like packaging, yeah, that'll burn away, but the glass inside of it ain't. Like, yeah, it might break, you know, it might shatter because of, like, you know, the weight pressure of other shit, you know, weighing down on it might break them and all that, but, like, it's still gonna be glass, like, it's still gonna be there. I mean, yeah, maybe some of the designs on the glass might burn off or whatever the fuck, like, I mean, but you're not doing anything. I mean, like, honestly, it's like, what? Why, like, what, you think you're gonna, you doing something special, fucking burning goddamn Harry Potter glassware sets and fucking, like, Disney, you know, memorabilia and fucking, like, you know, Dungeons and Dragons and shit, like, I mean, where's the proper book burning? Where's, like, the God Delusion and fucking, like, some Sam Harris books or, like, a Lawrence Krauss book or some shit? Like, you know, where's the proper book burning, you fucking sad, pathetic little imps? Doing a goddamn book burner and not even trying to fucking, like, you know, get, like, some actual, like, you know, shit that goes against your, you know, actual weird mysticistic fucking voodoo bullshit. I mean, really? You have to, like, book burn other, like, overtly fiction shit? I mean, that has no impact aside that, you know, hey, you know, I like it because it's cool or whatever the fuck, or I like it because it interests me, or because I have an interest in things like, you know, witchcraft, or, you know, or like, I don't even know, like, I mean, honestly, like, it could literally be anything and everything under the goddamn sun with these people, like Dungeons and Dragons, like, you know, just fantasy movies, or fantasy shows, or games, like, things like the Elder Scrolls can be seen as satanic, because they could look at, you know, context of things like the Daedra, you know, as, like, satanic imagery and symbolism, you know, and they can, or even outside of that, like, they could look at things that aren't Daedra as, like, satanic symbolism or some shit, honestly. Like, I mean, like, there's all sorts of weird shit that these motherfuckers would probably think that are like, oh my god, the satanic imagery, meh. Which, honestly, for me, it's like, oh, that's satanic imagery? Cool. Like, I mean, I'm fascinated with shit like that. Like, I'm cool with it. Like, I mean, sometimes I'll have, like, some satanic-looking stuff up, you know, and shit, because it's cool. I like it. I mean, because there's a fascination with that. Like, you know, oh, you have, like, you know, this anthropomorphic, you know, demon that has, like, you know, a goat skull, and, like, goat feet, but has, like, the body of, like, a human or something. It's like, okay, awesome, that sounds fucking amazing. Like, I mean, it's just like, what? Like, oh no, I need to fear that because it might be satanic. It's like, give me a break. It's like, oh yeah, there ain't anthropomorphic fucking, like, things in the Bible either. I mean, what about angels? Like, you know, the biblical descriptions are, like, quite literally, like traumatizing, like, scary things where it's like they have to literally tell you, like, do not fear, you know, when looking at them, because they're like these incomprehensible fucking, like, amalgamations of things that are just like, you know, this crazy ass thing that, you know, to a human is gonna look scary as shit, and they're gonna freak the fuck out. You know, so in the Bible, it's like these angels that, you know, appear have to, like, either find out a way to, you know, like, appear human, or at least appear, you know, comprehensible, or just show themselves for what they are, and just overtly, you know, let them know, like, no, like, you know, calm down, like, it's okay, fam. It's just like, I mean, like, you know, so if we, like, you know, look at some of the more biblical depictions of what angels are, they look kind of fucking freaky. I mean, you know, so it's like, what, are those also satanic imagery and shit? Like, if these fucking Christians were to look at that shit, because they probably, out of context, unironically might think it is. Straight up. Even though it ain't, it's just biblical depictions of angels. So it's on God's team. So it's like, what? Like, these people will literally think anything could be fucking satanic. I converted that globe on the flag into 3D and added the IWW and add giant animal sculpture inside. Wish I could figure out how to spin it, but here's static pick. What? What? I mean, that's not a drawing. That's like a 3D fucking thing, dude. Whoa. Damn. That looks legit. Oh, shit. I wish I could fucking, like, you know, do some 3D looking around on that, but that looks pretty... Damn.
Statues, spell books, and everything else tied to the occult.
Maybe I should put the logo above it so you can see it. Well, yeah, on the outer layer. Well, yeah, I can see where it is in there, but... Hey, it's actually pretty legit.
Locke said in a Facebook video. In response to critics, he said, "Laugh all you want, haters. I don't care. It's witchcraft, 100%. I'm sorry, it's making me laugh because as I'm reading his response, I'm visualizing the Wojak meme of the man who's crying, but yet he's wearing the mask of the smiley face. He's the epitome of that particular meme. So now that you have a little bit of context, you should also know.
I mean, seriously, there's hardcore coping if you're like, huh, well, cry all you want, haters. You know, it's just witchcraft, so get over it. Even though it's like Harry Potter and Dungeons and Dragons and Disney shows and shit. It's like, give me a... Like, when you're so scared and so fearful of that type of shit, like, even though there is, like, straight up, like, hardcore fascistic nature in what they're doing, like, with the whole book burning shit, I mean, fundamentally, especially with, like, the stuff that they're putting in there, it's just straight up fucking, like, comical and just should be made of a mockery, honestly. It's like, I can't take that shit seriously. It's like, if they had, like, some Lawrence Krauss or, like... God delusion, you know, books in there and like on all this other shit, like I can kind of be like, oh shit, you know, a little bit. But like it's just like, I mean, there's nothing but like random ass like fucking just bullshit that like the corporations that they're fucking like taking from and burning away and shit have already made a profit off of. You know, it's like it's just silly virtue signaling bullshit. It's just hilarious. It kind of reminds me of the Nike shit. Instead of like a whole mass book burning thing like they're doing, it's like individuals who'll be like, hey, here's my Nikes on my backyard and I just burnt up, or they're in my, you know, grill or whatever the fuck, and they're just burning them and shit. Instead of like, you know, people doing it on an individual level, it's like on a mass level like this. It's like, oh my god. It's just as comical, but probably far more so because it's even more easier to troll. Just like these guys got trolled. Love the comment under the curl hammer someone posted. What? Defund GoFundMe. That's my backpack. What? The also predictable called to cancel GoFundMe because they dropped Canadian truckers. Sip it, you and your shades are serious party no longer taken seriously. Well, just GoFundMe. There we are. Explain the rip-offs in other ways. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Wait, is that cancel culture? Not if you're canceling the person who's canceling the canceled? What does that even mean? Your Twitter shows different comments. Yeah, they do. I'm assuming here. Legitimate political discourse, GOP. Someone said, oh, now you like cancel culture? I'm sure I'll probably find that somewhere in here. Okay, there's just a lot. Okay, hold on. How many comments are on there? Oh, sweet baby rays. I mean, it doesn't even say... Oh, my God. There it was. Oh, wait, did I pass it? Oh no! Where'd it go? I thought y'all didn't like cancel culture. I mean, there's that one. Y'all about that cancel culture. I mean, there's that. Look at who's a fan of cancel culture. So now you like cancel culture. Ah, there it is. Has somebody kind of phrased it right there, but no, looked like that was it. Boop. I think it's a way to collapse. It collapses comments on desktop Twitter. Yeah. Or maybe there's like a Twitter algorithm where it's like after a certain amount of like likes or posts or whatever the fuck, maybe it will like prop up, you know, lesser liked ones to try to kind of get more attention on those ones. I don't know. I wouldn't know. I haven't been on Twitter in a while.
Protesters who were around this event. I believe they were across from them, and they were basically playing Harry Potter on a projector screen to trigger them, for lack of a better word. So these two folks, they show up, they throw the Bible in, as you saw, and this is what happened after they did that. It was basically the episode of South Park where they were doing the mental battle, where they're like, nah. They were trying to rebuke Satan from this alleged Satan worshiper, and this was just, it was amazing. Take a look.
Praise Satan! Woo! Hail Satan! Hail to his strength and power! Woo!
Hail Satan! I honestly love how it took like at least like 5 seconds for the entire crowd to realize, wait, you're saying Satan? What? No! Look at them all! These fucking maroons, dude. Rebuking the Satan. Praise God. Jesus is king. I'm immune to you, buddy. In the name of Jesus Christ, you can leave.
Okay, go. Go. In the name of Jesus Christ. Go. This is my body.
Hail Satan!
You need prayer, brother.
You need prayer, I love this, dude. Oh my god, D5 Friday's doing onion nuggets tomorrow. I hope the fuck they cover this. I swear to God, if they do not cover this on onion nuggets tomorrow, oh, I'm gonna be upset. Oh, I'm gonna be sad. I want to hear what TJ, Scotty, and Paul have to say about this. Oh my god, dude, their quips and oh, dude, I swear. Oh, man. Hail Satan, dude, I love this guy. Dude, this guy's making me want to be a Satanist.
He rules these earths.
He rules these earths.
Hail Satan! Hail Satan!
Oh! I love how he's playing it up, dude. I love this guy. Dude, the balls on this man, dude. Because honestly, especially when you have fascistic fucking Christians like this, like, there's a likelihood they might, like, fucking, like, clap up on you. Like, physically, you know what I'm saying? Like, just straight up. I mean, I think it's just because there's, like, footage and video and all this shit is the reason why they were kind of holding back a little bit. Like, they knew they couldn't necessarily just, like, clap hardcore, you know? Like, it's not like, you know, the wee old days where, you know, they can suppress that a little bit. Like, I mean, I think that's the main reason why they haven't. You know, it's like, they have to just kind of, like, be like, the power of Jesus makes you leave, bitch! I mean, it's just... I mean, they have, it literally is just like the South Park shit. It says, Jesus says you leave. It's like, it's like, oh my god, man. These fucking maroons. YouTube, don't hurt me. I'm not trying to harass them. They're actually harassing the fucking Satanists, okay? Just saying. There's a two-way street with that. Get out of here, buddy.
That is excellent. And I've got to say that these Satanists are a lot braver than I am. I don't know that I would want to go into a crowd of deranged far-right evangelicals doing a book burning and troll them, because I feel like they would...
I probably would. I mean, I'm drunk. Okay, like, considering that I'm drunk right now, oh, I would fucking do it right now. Like, if there was, like, there's, like, a park not far away from me. If I, like, walk down that park and there happened to be something like this literally happening, like, right now for some fucking reason, and I just showed up and just was like, yo, you know, I would do it. Like, I have random-ass Bibles and shit. I'll just grab one from, you know, like, and go down there and there happen to be one. I would do it. I don't even give a fuck. Like, I would just do it and just be like, boom, hail Satan, bitches. Like, I could do the eye roll back shit, too. Be like, you know, throw it in there and be like, yes, praise of my Lord, who just bring all the darkness of this earth. Hail Satanus, hail Satanus. And just do the eye roll back and have them all fucking, like, look at it and shit and be like, yeah, have them be all like, what? And then as I'm walking back, like, hail Satanus, hail Satanus. My eyes will all be rolled back and shit. They would literally think I'm like a demon incarnate or some shit, dude. Like, I wouldn't even give a fuck. I'd do it. I mean, nice and, loosey-goosey like I am right now. Abso-fucking-lutely. Sober? Yeah, I mean, honestly, I probably would do it too. Maybe not play it up ass hardcore, but I'd do it. Like, honestly, I just do it. Like, it's America, bitch. Like, if I was sober, I'd probably just be like, hey, it's America, bitch. Freedom of speech. I could come out here and burn a Bible if I want. Like, what? So, it's just like, either way, as sober, I'd probably come at it more logically. Like, a little loosey-goosey like I am now, I'd probably just, I honestly, even sober, thinking about these motherfuckers, I do it like that. Because honestly, there's nothing better than trolling these motherfuckers. Luckily, I live in an area where this shit don't happen, but if it did, I'd do it. I'd troll them. Fuck it. Like, what are they gonna do? Oh no, I'm so scared. Bunch of triggered ass little sad Christians who are scared because, oh no, I'm like a literal satanic demon or something. Like, cry me a river, you sad little bitches. With your weird little, like, sky daddy voodoo superstition nonsense. I mean, it's just like, the internet's where religion came to die, and guess what? It still is that. Like, what, you think the internet's, like, some place where religion is, an excellent area for prosperity? Like, the era of 2004 through 2008, like, that era, should have told you something, Christians. Like, yo, this ain't the place where religion comes to prosper, it's where it comes to die. Sorry. Like, I mean, because when you got shit like this, I mean, when you have people that, are very pro, like, literalists when it comes to, religion and Christianity and shit, straight up, this is the fucking shit that it proposes. Like, I mean, the reason why I'm in this is half of the reason is because I've read this fucking damn thing. And, yeah, there's a lot of different shit that can be extrapolated into shit that's pretty much like this. Like the book of Job. Like, Job himself basically literally got, like, a bunch of, bears, like 2 or 3 bears to, like, literally maul a bunch of children to death and slaughter them, because they made fun of him because he was bald. Like, that's in the Bible. And also, daughters of Lot in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah literally got their father drunk and raped him. That's also in the Bible. Like, need I go on? I mean, it's just like, there's plenty of fucking shit to be like, oh, yeah, let me just praise the God that, venerates and celebrates and advocates this shit. I mean, it's like, yeah, okay. And also the idea of, like, getting drunk and like, did they not know of whiskey dick at the time? did they not know that was the thing? Or is that, like, selective? Are there just some dudes who can get drunk and are just literally immune to whiskey dick? I think that's why some people are drawn to it, because it's not sugar-coated. They don't hold back. I mean, yeah. Honestly, that could be it, because a lot of these people also think the same way, too. I mean, honestly, if you think about it, at least when it comes to some of the more, like theocratic, Sharia law-based, like, areas of the Islamic world, when it comes to, like, the Wahhabist style Sunni Islam, it's the same thing, too. I mean, it's honestly, fundamentally, it's the same thing with all these Abrahamic religions, because this is what the Abrahamic beliefs espouse, and you know, advocate and shit. Like, I mean, overall, that's why you kind of see a lot of very staunch similarities to a lot of these fundamentalists of these Abrahamic beliefs, whether they're Judaic, Islamic, or Christian, or Catholic even. I mean, it's like there's a lot of straight-up commonalities and similarities between them, despite their cultural differences, you know, whatever, you know, differences they may be. I mean, it's just because they happen to be different Abrahamic beliefs fundamentally, and it's like, oh, they're the bad guys now, fuck them, eh. It's like, oh my god. It's like, you're all really honestly not that much different. It's like, y'all need to all rent a hotel, hate fuck each other, and get over it.
In a rational way. Thankfully, nobody got harmed, but I mean, I would imagine they would like leap forward, restrain me, and start eating me or something. I don't know. Maybe I have, you know, a worse opinion of these folks than they do. But yeah, so they were followed to their car, and they tried to rebuke Satan out of them. But the trolling did continue. I have another video.
You don't worship the same Sky Daddy. I mean, basically, it's like you don't worship the same exact Sky Daddy that I do. So you misrepresent Sky Daddy. You're bad. Wah. I mean, even within different sects of the same damn religion, like Sunnis and Shias, like, don't like each other. It's like, what? I mean, it's over, I think, basically because of the different apostles for the Prophet of Muhammad or something like that. It's literally over some benign bullshit. And thus, because of it, made some fundamental, like, strife, you know, or some different, like, rift where now there's, like, two fundamentally different sects that really aren't too much different from each other, but yet hate each other. It's like, oh my god, really? It's like, this is what the religious brainworms does to you people. Sort of same level of Catholics or Protestants. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Like, they definitely have, like, different traditions and different ways of practicing their faiths and all that shit, but, like, I mean, it's like they pretty much believe the same shit. It's like, I mean, it's like, really fundamentally, you're just different sects of the same broader damn thing. Because, I mean, they really are. Because before the shift from Protestants to Catholics, Catholics were just Christians. Like, there wasn't Catholicism, they were just Christians. And then once there was the break between those two, that's when there was a little bit more of a difference between Protestantism and Catholicism. And then, from there, the different sects that broke from there, from different, minor sects of Christianity. And even before then, there was, like, different little minor sects of Christianity, that were around, like, I mean, I can't name them all, I mean, necessarily, because they all usually kind of vary depending on, the different religious leaders at the time. But by the fact entire governments there are ruled by religious degree, yeah. That riffs a sense of impartially geopolitical. Well, yeah. I'm just kind of saying that on a more broader, generalized level, but yeah, it's a lot more complex and nuanced than that type of shit. Yeah. Middle strategies, state-based decisions, all rooted in... Yeah.
Tended this.
So does that mean the citizens hate each other? I don't know for sure. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Like, obviously, it's more nuanced and complicated than that, but I'm just kind of saying on a more broader, generalized type of level. When it comes to fundamentalists, mainly.
Party. I
mean, like, honestly, the average citizen, fundamentally, when it comes to, like, these countries, like, I'm not attributing that to this type of shit, because, like, the average citizen in, like, Iran, for example, or, like, Saudi Arabia, like, I wouldn't, attribute this type of shit to them. Like, if anything, they're probably just like, I have to, or else I'm gonna get fucked, significantly, so I'm just following the norms, because I have to. I mean, or at least, within reason, at least. Because honestly, there's like definitely a major underground culture when it comes to places like Saudi Arabia and Iran. Just straight up. Because honestly, there's definitely like different things when it comes to like, pornography or just like drug dealing or whatever the fuck, where there's a lot of, underground when it comes to, these type of things in these regions and shit. And it's not, wink and dink. It's because, like, it's because these people obviously have, the same type of urges, interests, and all this other shit just as much as any other person does, fundamentally. It's just that they live in a fundamentally more oppressive regime, that, can allow them to express the shit. Thus have to kind of go into the underground or be on, under the radar and be anonymous with this type of shit. I don't think most Iranians truly believe in the propaganda force to regurgitate to stay off the state's radar. Yeah. I mean, I think Iran, at least in that case, is specifically is a lot more freer in a sense to kind of rebel against it. I think that's just because of its past history, and also just because they're not like Saudi Arabia when it comes to their oppressiveness. Like they're just definitely not as oppressive when it comes to their people overall in comparison to other countries. I mean, that doesn't mean they're not, but I mean, overall, they tend to have at least a little bit more leeway when their people are a little bit rebellious. It's not saying much, fundamentally. It really isn't, but I mean, it's like, it's just like, it's a little, Can I help you? Can I fucking help you? What? Hand in the face. You get a hand in the face. That's what you get. Here, let's see some more of these clips.
Wholesome way once they got to their vehicle, and they decided to kiss. Now, if you're wondering why is that controversial, well, these are two guys. They kissed. This is a married couple, and the response is just, I don't even know how to describe it. To say that they were shocked would be an understatement. Let's watch.
You're right. Hey, Chris, you're all insane. Give me a kiss. Fuck you. I used to be a Christian. You want to hear my story? I went to a church called Clear Note. It's called Trinity Reformed in Bloomington, Indiana now. I was a faithful husband and father. They stole my 5 children. They are evil and satanic. All of you people are satanic. You are Satan. You are Satan. You are Satan. My father's a minister. You are Satan. You are Satan.
Wait, did somebody bark?
It's gonna be funny when you all die and there's nothing. I enjoy the void, you worthless fucking lies!
Oh my god, I love these dudes. I like how, like, he was actually trying to, like, for a second be like, hey, you want to hear the story for a second? And they were just like, no! Did somebody, did one of the Christian dudes straight up fucking bark? Like, Sukov actually got attended for a second. He was over there and he's come back now, but he actually was attended for a minute. Like, did one of them bark? Like, oh my god, like, I mean, honestly, funny enough now, I like how, it's funny how the satanic dudes are like, no, you all are satanic, but honestly, it's kind of true, though. I mean, if you want to use, like, the biblical terms of it, like when it comes to their actions, fundamentally. Though that isn't, saying much. I mean, it's just saying that, like, their actions are fucking shit and abhorrent and fucking immoral, but, to even, like, a more benevolent Christian standard. Because at least a lot of people in this country who happen to be Christian shit definitely aren't like this. These are the fundamentalists and literalists and their fucking perspective on this shit. And a lot of them probably would either agree or straight up, do the shit themselves. I mean, because I definitely know Christians or, know people who are sympathetic with him that, understand that most of them aren't like this. I mean, I'm definitely one of myself. Like, I can get, people that aren't like this, but are Christian, still, and being like, yeah, I definitely advocate the, helping the poor and all, more leftist type perspective about shit, or just more culturally about it, or whatever the fuck. I mean, it's never the problem. It's more like, it's always going to be, the literalists or these type of people that take it to such an extreme where it's like, anything that isn't their specific, doctrine or idea about how the world should work according to their God or whatever the fuck. It's like, nah, we must take it out. It's abhorrent. It's satanic. I mean, that's where it's fundamentally the issue. It's basically, it's like when your beliefs start, going and interfering with other people's lives, in a way that isn't consensual to that person's life, then that's the fucking problem. Like going off and being like, like being out, like a street preacher being like, you're all satanic and, the gays are going to hell. It's like, yeah, well, fuck you. I mean, it's like you got the right to be out there on your little soapbox, but everyone else also has the right to be on their little soapbox giving you some backlash. And I've seen those type of people too. But I've also seen the religious type of people that have their little soapbox and are actually being pretty chill too. If anything, pretty friendly and actually pretty nice, to have a conversation with. But at the same time, there's like the Westboro Baptist Church types that are like, the fags are going to hell, fuck you all, you sons of bitches, this degenerate society is going to be condemned to hell, and all this bullshit. Met them too. Know them nice and well. Luckily, pretty few far between out here. But, I mean, it's just like, when you have, I love to do story when being like, hey, I actually was like, father, I used to, be a part of this whole thing, but yet it literally took like that entire life away from me and shit, and basically destroyed kind of like, what my real identity was all about, and, and it coming out, to try and embrace myself, thus, took away, everything, including my fucking kids. And, get that out of there. And it's just like, I mean, when you got like a situation like that, and then he's yelling at these motherfuckers saying that they're satanic, it's like, you goddamn fucking right. Because honestly, that, like, if you want to use like a Christian perspective, like, that is fucking satanic shit. To be like, oh, hey, you're trying to embrace who you are, for what, quote, God made you, and then yet your flock basically turned you away, took your children, and took everything, that you had, basically, and exiled you. Like, that, I mean, it's like, from a Christian perspective, that is some straight-up satanic shit. I mean, outside of it, just from a secular perspective, it's just some abhorrent, evil, fucked up shit that, nobody should have to fucking, be forced and, through just because they're coming out as gay or bi or whatever the fuck, and has kids. It's just like, I mean, should he have lost his kids just because of that? No, of course not. I mean, it's just like, that's, something that he should not have lost just because, of him embracing for who he is, and, the flock that he happened to be of because of his faith decided to be like, fuck you, no, and we're taking the kids too. I mean, it's like, it's insane. Because honestly, that's, like, for the, like, I guarantee you those same type of people are, always be able to, like, you have to keep the family together and all this and that, blah, 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 but yet, they would totally be okay, if anything, think it's a good thing that motherfucker lost his kids and shit, and all that. And basically, especially for the actions that he did, doing to what, at this book burning shit, despite what the fuck they are doing. I mean, honestly, it's just like when I look at like the Bible and how people, yeah, how it is, directly, for its words and text, and then how people take it literally, and those same literalists do shit like that. I mean, it's like honestly, when it comes to Satan versus God and who the good guy is in that fucking fight, like honestly, it's not God. Like when it comes to that fight. Yeah. Hail Satan.
Hail Satan!
Hail Satan. Hail Satan, motherfucker.
Just made my day. That last Hail Satan, motherfucker, to the audible gasps and just genuine shock. And probably a couple of soy faces who were excited to see that, assuming that at least some of the people in that crowd have some repressed sexual issues. But just everything about that was just so funny. And I love how he tried to engage with them and explain why he's no longer religious, and they don't want to hear it, but he tells them anyway. These people they are not just evangelicals, they're not just, fundamentalists, they are right-wingers. The head of this congregation, Greg Locke, he is someone who has literally espoused QAnon conspiracy theories to his congregation. So to say that this is a normal church would be a little bit of a misrepresentation. Sure, they are extreme, and other churches would agree that
Goddamn,
Harry
okay,
Potter
bro.
is bad and evil, and Twilight is evil
I surrender.
too. But this church is a little bit different. So for some more details here that are really
Fucking like swipe that treat out of my hand before I can fucking react. I surrender, bro. Goddamn. Oh, now you're attentive for another one.
A pro-Trump pastor praised the Proud Boys during a rally in Washington on January 5th of 2021. He is a member of the Christian Nationalist Black Robe Regiment, a group of pastors who are ready to go to war to put Christianity back at the heart of American life.
Wait, what? Hold on. Did I hear that right? What?
Of 2021. He is a member of the Christian Nationalist Black Robe Regiment.
Black Robe Regiment. Hold on. I'm going to screen now. I'm looking that up. I'm going to pull my Google up real quick. I am looking at the fuck up. What the fuck is that? Black Robe Regiment? What? Referred not to a literal regiment of soldiers that wore black robes in the battle, but rather the influential clergymen who promote America. Okay, whatever. Is there just a wiki on it, or is okay? Oh my god, there's like a oh my fucking Christ alive. They have a website, and oh my god. Hold on, I'm gonna see if there's like a wiki specifically. Oh, yeah, there is. Envisioned as a grassroots efforts to rally clergy to conservative American constitutionalist activism as a one-term constitutional. British loyalists during the American Revolution, not referred to a fighting force, but a Protestant clergyman, predominantly non-England, that assisted in rallying the populace to take up arms against the crown. Becoming a concept. Oh my god. Sweet baby rays. Oh my god. Well, I'm gonna have to look more into this shit. Oh my fucking lord. The Black Robe Regiment? Oh, fuck me. Another fucking far-right, like, goddamn militia paramilitary organization to worry about. Yay. Sweet. Jenny Hanover. I don't believe so. Oh, look at this one. Carcass of a rare escapes been modified hands and dried in my foot. What the fuck? What the hell? What the hell is this? The fuck? The fantasy creature versus demon or dragon? What in the fuck? Is this like a little ray? A little gallery of them? Huh. Check these little guys out. Oh, look at this little guy. What the fuck? Weird, dude. Oh, look at that little guy. Huh. What the hell? Damn, this guy looks like he's fucking vibing a little bit. He's like, hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my long time girl. So, like, that guy, this little guy looked like a vibing a little bit. Then got this one. He's just like, boop. He's kind of like, derp, 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 derp. I'm just derping around. What's up? Howdy do. Takes about extra stage left. Huh. Well, hey, I just discovered a new thing. Huh. I should buy a bunch of those and just, like, you know, show up to a church and just have them, like, adorned all over me and just be like, what's up? What, these are my charms. These are my good luck holy charms. And they'd be like, are you sure those aren't, like, satanic demon charms? It's like, yes, I'm sure.
Who are ready to go to war to put Christianity back at the heart of American life. He is a
Oh, God. Well, if the Black Robe Regiment ever were to declare war, I wouldn't mind, you know, fucking helping, quelling, and being deputized, you know, to help, you know, suppress such a rebellion. Like, oh my God, what a bunch of psychos.
Linked conspiracy theories about child sex trafficking, tunnels under the White House from his pulpit. He's also
how much I want to bet they probably are doing child sex trafficking themselves.
Anti-vaxxer, of course, and COVID denier. Locke has defied lockdown
Go figure.
restrictions, dismissed COVID-19 as a fake pandemic.
No shit. Not surprised.
Not to get vaccinated, and
Not
called
surprised.
Tennessee Governor Bill Lee a coward for allowing the National Guard to assist hospitals struggling to cope during the height of the pandemic, and not mention.
Wow, what a fucking, what a good fucking, absolutely holy, very Christian human being.
I believe not too long ago, just last week, he claimed that autism isn't real, and it's just demonic.
Wait, so, wait, hold on, what?
Possession or something of that.
Wait, I'm demonically possessed? Fuck yeah! Wait, so my autism diagnosis is not real, I'm just demonically possessed. Fuck yeah, dude! I've just been demonically possessed this entire time? Cool! Awesome! Based! Dude, they just made autism awesome! I mean, not that it wasn't all really necessarily, you know, awesome in many ways. I mean, depending on circumstances, I suppose. But, you know, it's just like, I mean, what the fuck? You just made it, like, even more based for me. Like, I'm just demonically possessed this entire time? Awesome! Dope! I got a kick-ass demon chilling with me, fam. Dude, I gotta kick off my demon a little more. I kind of have to know him a little more. I kind of neglected him this entire time. I never knew. I never knew I had this guy just vibing, chilling, you know, taking over every now and then, shit. Like, if I knew that, I'd just be vibing, hanging out with him, you know, sharing some bowls. I never, like, I mean, maybe he was anyway, and I just never knew, but now we can actually have, like, a relationship with each other. Between human and demon, you know what I mean? Like, this is a revelation. Like, Greg Locke, I mean, you just made my life just that much awesomer. You just made it more awesome. What the fuck? I thought you were trying to deter me away from Satanism, not make me join them. Like, what the fuck? I mean, yo. Like, I'm not autistic, I'm just demonically possessed? Fuck yes. I mean, come on, man. Like, dude, man, some of these fucking people, like, when it comes to, this is what I mean about the weird-ass conspiracy theories. Every now and then, I legitimately wish it's true, because it just makes life that much more fucking amazing. Like, and this is an example right there, like, oh, autism ain't real, it's fucking demon possession. It's like, God, I wish that was real, because that would just mean it's just that much more fucking amazing of an existence. Like, I mean, but no, it ain't. It's like, man, it's like, I want to be demonically possessed, but no, I'm just, it's like, man, what the fuck? Greg Locke, I wish I had your reality.
Who is truly an extremist.
I mean, at least in that context. Everything else about your crazy foo-foo insanity, nope. But, like, me being demonically possessed instead of being autistic, I'm okay with that part. Let's get that a part of the actual reality. But everything else, nope.
Come on, let's get you out.
Zukov, come here.
And his congregation is banning books. So I don't even know how you respond to these people. I think that a lot of them are too far gone. Perhaps some people who follow him will wake up someday and smell the coffee, but there's really no way that you can reach these people when they're that deluded. So I think the best response to them is to troll them. Because if they are doing things like this, preaching hate, spreading conspiracy theories, promoting anti-vax bullshit, they at least deserve a little taste of their own medicine, since they're
Yeah, well, hey. I want to give him benefit of the doubt and just say that I am satanic. I'm not autistic, I'm just satanically possessed. I'm demonically possessed, everybody. I'm rolling with it now. It's almost like, are you autistic? It's like, no, I'm just demonically possessed. Go look up Greg Locke, fam. Like, he'll tell you the truth. I mean, it's just like... it's like, man, I so badly wish I was like, man, if demons and spirit, like, if there was actual some truth to that, and he was on something about like the demonic possession instead of being honest, it's like, man, I wish that, like, I'd be so giggity. I'd legit be so giggity. I'd be bracing the fuck out of that. Dude, me and my demon be fucking vibing and chilling. But, alas, here we are. Just our parody of a boring-ass fucking timeline. I mean, it really ain't, because you got these motherfuckers that exist, so, I mean, it's not that boring, but, like, man, they make it sound like it's way more exciting than it really is. And I really wish that it was, but it's not. And it's very disappointing. And it's very immeasurable. Truly, truly immeasurable.
Society, I think that trolling them is good. Sorry, maybe that makes me a dickhead, but
no, it doesn't.
And so, kudos to the gay Satanists who decided to crash that book burning rally. Just be careful next time, because I don't trust these people. They are all quite literally psychopaths, and who knows what they may or may not do. You know, when you're in that crowd and there's that mob mentality, I don't trust these people, especially when they're that unhinged. So, either way, I appreciate the effort here of the Satanists doing this for our entertainment and to kind of teach them a little bit of a lesson, although I don't think that they heard it, but at a minimum, this...
Don't give, like, okay, look. Mike, I love you, but you give too much benefit of the doubt. Don't give him that. Come on. We know they didn't get less done at all. Let's just be honest.
And I think there's value in that, given how bad things are in America right now. So, yeah, my hat goes out to them.
True. And I definitely feel jolly for it. And plus, I learned about Jenny Javiers, which they look a little interesting and fancy. There, I'm gonna pull up a little tune. I've been doing a little Joe Rogan move and fucking holding in a power wash of a Pissarinos real quick, you know. Doing this, you know, run off real quick. Okay. And you are going, oh my god, I barely stood up, you're already going nuts. Oh, look at you. Oh my god, look at you. Look at you. You're going crazy. bro. He's taking a little third. Oh, whoa, there you are. Oh, hello. Look at you. Oh my god, what a nut. Hill, empty chair. Come here, boy. Come here, buddy. Oh my god, you're such a crazy baby. Oh. God, fucking ball of insanity and lightning and cocaine. My goodness. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy, huh? Who's a sweet little baby? Who's a good boy? Oh my god. You drain me, boy. You drain me. Look at you, so cute. You're just a sweet baby. Oh. Was there a noise that piqued your interest? Was there a noise that piqued your interest, baby? Was there? Yes, there was, wasn't there? Baby. Who's good, baby? Oh, what a little goofball. Man, he's a serious ball of cocaine. It's a serious ball of cocaine. Now where are you going? What are you doing? It's quite enough, Zukov. I mean, I know. It's just more harassment on his part. Just absurd little prick. Well, let's see what's happening here now. What's on that front? What? You're staring at me like, why did you stop? Why are we stopping? Why are we back outside? What the hell, bro? What again? What are you gonna? What are you looking at, buddy? What are you gonna do? What are you thinking, Zukov? What's that sweet little face and that sweet little ball of insanity thinking? You're pawing at my leg. That's exactly what I thought. It's still on my leg. Oh, no, not anymore. You walked away. Oh my god, why does he do that? He just is like, it just holds it there for like a minute. Like a fat minute. It's like, dude, what the fuck do you want? It's like I give you everything. Give you water, give you food, spoil the shit out of you. Endlessly. Oh god, here we go. Oh my god, the leg and the paw. What the fuck? You're just wagging your tail and staring at me. This is harassment. You are harassing me. This is cyber harassment, Zukov. What is this? Don't give me that look. This is debauchery. Debauchery. I wasn't the only one that heard that, right? It's all grumpy at me. Little fucking grump. Little prick. Oh, what? Did I offend you? I swear, I think he knows certain words. Because I'll say certain things. Like, I just said prick and he walked away. It's like, I think he knew I called him a prick. No, there will be like some... this dog is a little, like, I think he's actually, like, semi-sentient. Like, not, I mean, like, in between dog and, like, human sentience, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, there's something going on with that. Like, my dad literally keeps going on, it's like, you need to teach him tricks, blah, blah. It's like, I literally have and am. Like, I mean, I don't know, I think he thinks that I don't, but I do. I mean, it's actually kind of insane what, like, he knows even without me teaching him. It's a little like, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm talking about you. In a good way, though. I mean, like, I think about his older siblings, and they're, like, I love them, but they're not as smart as he is. Like, he's, like, the Einstein of the pups so far. Who needs the pops when you have a paps? Oh. He's doing this. He's looking at me like this. Like, he has this, like, this look of sophistication. Like, he's, like, this, like, Einstein dog, dude. He's, like, dude, he's got, like, a brain in there that's not a dog. That's not a dog brain that's going on in there. He's, like, trans-speciest. It's like he wishes to be, like, something that isn't dog, but at the same time, not human. But an equilibrium of the two. I mean, like, I really am, like, I don't even, like, I don't think I've done anything for him to be, like, as intelligent as he is. I think he just is like that, and it's like, what the fuck? I mean, I guess that proves that he's definitely not malnourished or unhealthy or anything, because he's smart as shit. I mean, seriously. Olympic highlight for you. If it's not snowboarding or skiing, I don't give a hey, it is. I give a fuck now. Wait, what the hell? Wait, this ain't Olympics, but I'm gonna watch. Oh shit, he got caught on it. So Skier has to help. Oh my god, these fucking people. I'm sorry. What the hell? How did you get caught on this? Hold on, I need to show this. This is too good. Dude, I could see me, like, getting, you know, some homies together, and I'm snowboarding with them, kind of, you know, flexing, and then, like, one of my bros, you know, is, like, trying to flex a little bit, and they do this. Like, I'm recording the video, like, this is, like, I'm recording one of my boys who's like, yo, let me show you a flex. And this is what happens. Like, this, like, I could see this happening with me and my friends. What the fuck? Amazing. I know, dude. Like, I know, whoa. I can't tweet shit. I'm suspended. I like how it'll still give me that option, though. That's totally Harley if you went snowboarding. I actually do see this. I honestly do. Like, you going skiing, you know, I snowboard, Harley, you know, rents out a board and shit, and for some reason this is out on, like, one of the slopes, and he just, like, is like, oh, yeah, let me just jump this and, like, flop on the pile of snow below because it's all powder, because, yeah, I can do it. Yeah. You know, it's like, y'all telling me I can't do it, and y'all motherfuckers doubting me all the damn time. Well, here's where I'm gonna prove you wrong, motherfuckers. You know, like, he's gonna do that shit, fucking flex, and this. When we have to, we'll just play it one more time, and just play it off. It happens, like, it's a blue doink, and then it's like, oh shit, I just keep recording, just yelling, oh shit, bro. And then, like, there's Logan, like, hold on, bro, that's you, and Logan's like, hold on, bro. Tyler just flops on his ass, struggling to help, but not helping at all. And then he just keeps going, dude. That totally is a Harley move, dude. Hold on, last seconds. We gotta check that out. Dude, flexing. Just casually just rolls off, bro. I mean, I would be ass flopping also. I like how useless the third guy is on the left trying to climb. I know, like, literally just isn't even, like, why did he... It's like, why do you even bother? Like, why? Why'd you bother, bro? I haven't skied in over a decade, and I never snowboard. It's been a couple of years since I've snowboarded, I will admit. But I got the chops still. I mean, it's like riding a bike, you know? It's come with the gawd, you know? It's like riding a bicycle, you know what I'm saying? Oh! But, you know, like, for skiing, like, hey, I mean, it's like, I mean, it's like riding a bicycle. Right? But, nah. I mean, honestly, like, when it comes to Timberline or Mount Hood Meadows, like, I mean, honestly, like, the slopes that I warm up with, which would probably be the ones you'd probably be starting with for a while, to kind of get reoriented in, like, they're really chill and really easy. Pretty, you know, casual slopes. Especially Timberline. Like, even if you go really high up and shit. Like, I've been to some more intenser slopes and shit with Meadows and Timberline, and even then, they're not, like, as long as they got a decent little cruise going on, they're actually pretty nice. It's like the Black Diamond slopes that you want to avoid if you're, you know, wanting to avoid intensity and shit. That's the shit that's like, okay. That's intense. I'm just gonna, you know, not go that route. We're gonna get car chains to hit the mountains one of the years. Why haven't we yet? What the fuck is, like, I straight up have a board. I need to honestly sell my boots and get ones that actually fit me better, because the ones I have are, like, Sasquatch size. Like, and they're way too big for me. Like, I mean, honestly, low-key, I can, if with enough struggle, I can get my foot out. It's like, that's too big. So, I need to sell those and exchange them for a boot pair that are better, and then get some bindings that can fit those as well. But I'm gonna at least get the boots. You have a board? Yep. It's kind of... It's next to my amalgamation of boxes that have kind of puking out of my closet. So, it's next to that. But yes, I do. I just need to... Like, the bindings, I think, would be okay that I have, but I just need to get boots that are more properly fitting. Because if I do, then they might be able to work, at least for the bindings. And if not, well, I can sell those too and then get ones that are more proper fitting. So, it's not a big deal. Honestly, price-wise, it'd be pretty negligible overall. I mean, the boots have only been worn like twice, and then the bindings have only been put on my board once and taken off once. So, like, pretty much mint condition. They're just not in the normal box. They just don't have the box anymore. I just need to get a board waxed out and shit like that. Because it's actually pretty important to make sure that your board's properly waxed. I think skis need the same thing, but snowboards especially do. Because if you don't, then it's not exactly going to be really good for snowboarding. Because going down slopes are going to be a lot more difficult and a lot more pain in the ass, and you're probably going to fall a lot. Not fun. Actually, Rip, we could probably get the bindings and the boots sold on Craigslist or some shit. I can just like send you some of the pics of what they look like and, you know, say what they are and probably get something set up. If I got by, you know, one of my days off, I could probably go out and get that shit done. Then I can go to, you know, like Columbia Sports or wherever the fuck, you know, where I can get, you know, some bindings and some new boots and shit like that. If they're used, doesn't matter. But if not, whatever. Make sure they fit and all that shit. Bada bing, bada boom. But we'll have to make sure our days off and all that shit. Like, we'll have to make sure, like, things are, like, pretty much timed perfectly. But there's legit, like, plenty of fucking time for that. Like, I'm not really worried about that right now. It's not season anymore. I mean, whatever's left of the season is pretty much ending. So, I don't even know if there's, like, fresh snow on the mountains, you know, right now. Or if there has been lately. Or if there is going to be anytime soon. I mean, because hypothetically, it, you know, could still go up now, but I personally wouldn't. Even if I had all the equipment and shit like that all set and ready to go, I mean, and getting an all-day pass, something like that, to me, it wouldn't necessarily be worth it. So Matt Walt is trying to trick trans people into joining his fake documentaries, but just set up a whole front organization and try to recruit me in his next anti-trans documentary. Here's a wild story how it went down. It started with an email from the Gender Unity Project a couple weeks ago. They claimed that they were doing a film on the trans community. Gave me a small trans handle. The searches that interviewed mostly normal first. Talked to the producer on the phone beforehand. She sounded like, well, me, it's this film who graduated, who was just curious about the trans community. She claimed to be dark. Blah, blah. So, use the registration to shield its owners, but it's dubious, but sometimes registration just simply make it easier to incorporate. Then look at McKenna lining up. Her name didn't show up anywhere. After her just had to share and realized that she used her middle name in her emails. I found IMDb page, her real name, McKenna Waters. Turns out she's Matt Walsh's producer. It's not the red flag, that's a gun in your face. She wasn't just a crew member for a show, she worked on over 200 episodes. Oh my god. What's his search? Damn, this Eli Elric, this person went deep. Man, Matt Walsh is just a fucking psycho, by the way. I just want to put that out there. Oh my god, the last pick, though. The last pick of this whole thread, though. I love it. It's just simply just this. I saved it already. Like, I'm keeping this. I'm appropriating this picture. It's like, you don't turn your... It's just like, oh my god. This is a meme material. Dude, Jesus Christ. I love how this little twink, like, thinks that having a thick-ass beard and wearing plaid makes him, like, some strongman lumberjack, but it's like, no, you don't. You're still submissive. That pussy's ready to be slain. Like, that's the face of, like, my pussy is ready, and I am prepped. It's just like, I mean, nah, fam. You're ready. You're ready for the slaying. Like, just embrace it. Embrace it. Where the fuck is Zukov go? Oh, what the fuck? Zukov is just literally having his head shoved in that little cat door. And he's just plopped over there. Little tail straight out. Just plopped like a fucking bread loaf. What a fucking dork, man. Oh, no, he heard me. He heard me say his name. He knew I was talking about him. You're too intelligent. You're more sentient than a dog should be. It's because you heard he heard his name. You heard your name. So now you're all like, what? If I didn't say your name, I bet you wouldn't have came over here. But you know I was talking about you anyway, so you would have came over here anyway. You fucking too smart for your own good, son of a bitch. I do say you're a prince, but I mean, like Bandito, like, I mean, there might need to be like a dual king, you know, hierarchy going on here. 2 kings. Can there even be such a thing? If not, well, there is now. So, you know, one is like a dual monarchy, dude. Dual monarchally. Is that even a word that makes sense? Dual monarchally. Okay. Monarchal. Oh my god. Okay, I'm just saying malarkey. I'm just saying a lot of malarkey, Jack. Someone needs to take me behind the gym and show me what's for. I'm like, oh my god. Really mean duopoly. Yeah, but I mean it's a monarchy, but a duopoly of a monarchy. I'm trying to blend the words together, but it's like it's like how do you do that? I'm trying to figure that out. How do you blend those two words together? Duopoly, monarchy. I mean, archy and like I mean, they're really man. They're similar. They're too similar of words. You can't really blend them. Duopolistic monarchy. Yeah, okay. I was trying to blend them both into bi-monarchy. A bisexual monarchy. Oh. I mean, it's okay. There was probably a lot of bisexual monarchies, actually, for implying that. But, like, honestly, if anything, probably all of them were. But, like, giggity. Alright. I mean, honestly, though, aside from maybe, like, a few exemptions, dead ass, I'm sure, like, honestly, 90% of monarchies were probably, like, bisexual as fuck. Like, they weren't just, you know, having their harem of women and shit. Like, every now and then, they will look at, like, some sort of, like, boy servant at their fucking court and be like, you know, and they're the only two there, and they're like, you look like a board brushing that broom. It's like, you look like you can use a little bit of stress release. You know, it's like, oh god, you know, it's like a start of a medieval era style porn. It's like, oh no. Oh no. Some poor boy servant is getting pussy slain tonight. It's like, oh god. It's like, oh no, bro. It's like, it was happening. Like, that shit just happened. Like, I mean, like, it was recorded and shit, so it was happening on daily. Like, I mean, it's 90% of monarchies are bi as fuck. Straight up, hands down. I mean, but, yeah, like, duopolistic monarchy, binarchy? Banarchy? I mean, banarchy? I guess that works. I don't know. But yeah, duopolistic monarchy, honestly, at least logically speaking, probably is actually the best. But for goofs, I'm trying to blend the words. Bimarchy sounds, or like, binarchy sounds, you know, fun. You have a binarchy of 2 kings. I mean, honestly, now really truly thinking about it, technically, I guess all monarchies are kind of like that because, I mean, who is the wife? The queen, right? I mean, they just weren't necessarily the leader because of the king, or I guess depending on who's leading the nation, because there was queens too, like who were leaders. So it's like, I mean, there's just unfortunately a hierarchy of pathos of egalitarianness of their relationship. But that's why the peasants have to revolt, right? Oh shit, 6 minutes till 4:20 for the Streamwise? Oh damn, son. Damn. Alright. I'm gonna have to just let that bowl chill. Puppy's learning how to swim. Aww. Man, Zukov is actually kind of afraid of water. Like, he won't even step in a puddle. It's kind of a little pussy when it comes to it. I'm gonna have to teach him how to swim, honestly, now that I think about it. Aww, look at these little puppies. No, look at them all. They're so cute. Oh my goodness. They're so cute. Oh my goodness. Look at these little puppies. Oh, look at that. Oh. Seriously, I'm not even kidding. He is a dussy, dude. He's a little dussy. I mean, he will kind of step into it if he has to, but he kind of avoids water a little bit. He's not a fan of it. Oh my god, he's so bummy. He's so cute. I just kind of realized I was watching the same video like 3 times over now. Oh my god, the first comment I see is, and then an alligator comes up from under and has his fill. What the fuck? Wow, dude, dark humor day today, dude. Like, my little stream I did today, like, for, like, 50 minutes, like, my roommate came in and erupted a Gay Satan's clip and shit that I was looking at initially. It showed me a bunch of dark humor, and then I come back later, and there's more dark humor. It's like, no! Like, I mean, I'm a dark humor son of a bitch, but, like, I'm jolly right now. It's like, man, I didn't need that. It's like an old alligator. It's like, no! No! Why can't, like, a cute little, like, why can't, like, a Harlem of frogs, you know, just, like, gather around, you know, out of nowhere and congregate and just, like, ribbit their way over and hop on their little backs and just vibe. You know what I mean? Like, why can't we just have something like that? Like, I mean, come on. Like, I mean, let's, like, why do we have to resort to the gators, man? Why do we have to resort to the damn gators? Why can't we have nice things? Exactly. Why can't we just have nice things? We can't just have nice things, man. Like, what the hell, man? This one time we ask for nice things. It's taken from us. It's taken away. Well, I guess I knocked Zukov out because he's kind of asleep. Oh, no. As soon as I said his name, his ear twerked. It's like, huh? What are you saying? God, he's really too smart and really too attentive. Like, he's listening to everything I'm saying right now, just wondering if I'm specifically talking about him. Which he knows I am right now. Because his ear hasn't moved. He still kind of has that, like, little, like, half-ass, like, little, like, I'm kind of sleeping, but my ear's cocked, so I'm listening. Oh, well, not really anymore. Looks like he's actually kind of getting into a little nap phase. You say prick again? I know. It's like, do you call me a prick again? I thought he was my dad. He was supposed to call me a prick. He's mean if he does that. It's mean. My goodness. He's just too sweet. See whatever little fun things might be on tube here, y'all. I like how like there's different channels that I watched that are now just reacting to that Jubilee feminist video. Like, cause there's like at least 3 or 4 different videos I saw of that same thing that I saw from Hassan like 4 days ago. There was even one from Hassan's main channel that was uploaded of that too, so he's kind of included too. It's like, oh my god. It's like, I'm pretty sure the video, like the original Jubilee video is probably like a little more than a week old now at this point. It's like, damn. Man, all their editors need to get more on point. They need to kind of step up their game. Now I just have to sit here and wait 10 seconds. Ignition. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What the fuck was that? Seriously, bro, what the hell is that? I love the dork ass little noises he makes. He always makes like a little He just makes these little grunts, moans, and little like like these little noises and shit. It's ridiculous. I know he's kind of doing it purposely because it's like it's little weird ways of communicating. Yeah, I don't know what that little like grunt moan amalgamation of noises were, but I mean, they meant something. Probably like, I just want to take I just want to take my nap already. Let me go to sleep. Come on, brain. Because I feel that sometimes. I'll be in bed and I'll be like, brain. Sleep. Or maybe it might be my body. Like, my brain will be like trying to tell my body, it's like, body, sleep. Sleep. I have that same feeling. I mean, I don't like verbally express it like Zukov does, but I definitely do. I definitely do deep down inside. Oh shit, I just realized my phone charge is at 100%. Oh my god. Nice. Earlier this morning, I was getting annoyed because my charger wasn't connected to the phone, but I just took like one of my little like pins, took like the little actual like pin part of it, and just like started, you know, carefully, obviously, kind of like picking in between the little like charger port this morning, and oh my fucking god. I'm actually shocked with how much shit gets built up in there. I'm not even kidding. I spent like an hour just gently picking at everything. And like the first like 20 minutes was just so much shit. It honestly, like, I'm actually like now like thinking about it again right now, and I'm honestly fucking astonished and perplexed. Cause I did it until basically nothing was popping out anymore. Like pretty much like cleaned out about as much as I could. And oh my fucking god. Like this shit is snug in there now. And it's actually like charging nicely again. It's like, oh my fucking god. I'm just like, oh. I just like unlocked like a cheat code or something. It's like, whoa. What? An old toothbrush with discharged a lot of it. I mean, I'm honestly like looking at myself like, wow. Honestly, how many phones that I potentially like did not need to go through because of that shit, low key. Like, whoa. Like, honestly, I love these USB-C cords specifically. You know, where it's like where it's all like circular and shit. Because that honestly makes it a lot more easier to kind of pick at a little bit. And maybe that's why they designed it like that. You know, where it's wide enough and it is like a little loose, but just enough to where, you know, it stays nice and snug. But if it, you know, it's easy to kind of pick out whatever weird shit kind of gets in there. Oh my god. I know, achievement unlocked. I mean, I'm just like, I honestly, I wish I had okay, oh my god, I really now wish I had like a little, like a little plate or something, and just collected all of it and took a picture of it, because honestly, it shocked me. It really did. I was like, what the there was so much like random, like, I don't even know what, like dust bunny shit, you know? It's like, what the hell? It's like what you like, it's like if you haven't like cleaned the bill button out or whatever the hell, like if you got like a little innie, if you haven't cleaned it out or whatever the hell, and you just got like a bunch of funk in there, it was like that. It's like, what? I mean, at least luckily for me, I've never had a problem like that personally, but like, oh, I mean, because I guess, shocker, I'm an innie, but when it comes to that, I guess, but, I mean, I've never had that issue, but like, I know some people do, but oh my, holy strombolis, it's kind of like that though. It's like a little innie, and every now and then you kind of have to kind of go in there and just like, kind of get all the funk out. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, can't live without a lawn dental pick. It's indispensable, not just for electronics works, but everyday shit. Yeah. Like, I'm gonna try to find like a little something that's about as, I mean, you know, like about as thin as one of these things. Because all I did was basically I just kind of stretched out just like that, ever so slightly, and just ever so gently, just was kind of gently picking around in there. And I think it was this pen specifically. Was it? No, it was a different pen. But it, like on the very end of that piece, it actually had like a little sight hook or something like that. I mean, like I couldn't see it necessarily, but I could feel it. And I think that helped a lot of it too, because it kind of helped catch a lot of the random bullshit that was in there. But I don't have to do it for quite a while now at this point, because, like, goddamn. Like, I got it to a point where it is not, it ain't dirty in there now. Because for a minute there, I was like, man, this phone is not charging well. It's like the plug ain't working. It's like, I mean, I kind of looked up some different things about the port. And then I never truly found anything about, like, actually, like, cleaning it out. But I'm sure there is. But, I mean, I don't need to look up that shit now. Because I figured that out on my own. It's like, oh, damn. I didn't realize, like, how much of a lifesaver that actually was, because, I mean, I have a spare phone, but that means I can at least use this one a little bit longer. Because this phone is at least, the phone that I'm using right now, I've had since my Iceland trip, I think. And it's lasted me quite a bit. So, hoping that at least lasts a little bit longer. I mean, screen's kind of cracked, but not significantly. Not really too bad. I honestly really wish I could, like, show that a little bit. Like, there's only one part of the screen that actually is a little fucked up, and that's, like, where the little, like, menu bar is for, like, you know, where you can pull up, like, the different apps or, like, the home page and all that shit. And there's, like, a tiny little, like, I mean, here, I can probably, yeah, it's, like, from my perspective, it's, like, kind of, like, kind of, like, right there, and then there's, like, one mild little tiny, like, streak that kind of goes up, you know, vertically, but that's it. And it's literally, like, no significance to, you know, my view of whatever I'm looking at all, so it's not a big deal to me. I mean, if it was taking up, like, a good chunk of my screen, it's like, okay, I'm not working with that. But, yeah, it's not even close to anywhere that is obstructionary at all. So, that's good. I mean, even, like, the weird little black amalgamation that's, like, on the corner or whatever, like, even if, like, the little menu thing wasn't there, and I'm watching something full screen, it, you know, like, whatever's on full screen doesn't even go to that corner. So, it's literally, like, an insignificant little corner. It's, like, it's, like, so small. I mean, I really wish I could show an example. Maybe I could. Like, I could just take a picture of, like, you know, a mirror. Oh, do okay, I wish there was a mirror in here, because then I actually could. Because it'd be like, here's a mirror, you can actually kind of see what I'm talking about. But, I mean, yeah. That'd be a little weird. That'd be meta as fuck a little bit. You could see what I could see. From my perspective. I mean, I guess you could already, just with this virtue. Just doing this. But it doesn't show you what I'm talking about, because the weird little amalgamation is where that little white bar is. It doesn't even obstruct that in itself, but it doesn't. But again, it's hard to explain. It's one of those things where you just have to show and you can't explain really. I mean, if anything, it's more annoying trying to explain it right now than it in itself. Which luckily isn't really that annoying. You're not napping, are you? I saw you open up those eyes. I'm getting recommended a bunch of DayZ videos now all of a sudden. Is YouTube like recognizing I used to play DayZ and it's like, hey, DayZ, are you still interested in this? Which actually I am. It looks like some of the videos that are being recommended are actually like totally new and expansive in comparison to what it used to be. Because when I fell out of DayZ, it was kind of a sad state of affairs. But looks like maybe it's improved. Like, there was one, like, it's about, like, it was a base, like, I keep getting, like, ones, like, you know, hey, you know, we made a base, or we raided a base, and it's like, people can make bases now? Like, that's one of the things I really wish I could do in DayZ when I was playing it. It's like, what? Oh. It's like, wow. Was DayZ one of those games where it just had a very bad struggle getting started, but it's actually kind of starting to bear fruit now in the long run? Kind of like No Man's Sky a little bit. Like, it had a really horrible beginning, but now it's bearing fruit in the long run. It's like, I'm going to have to get in DayZ again, because it's been a long time since I played that. I mean, I was into it. Like, I remember when it was like 0.38. Not even that. It was like 0.31 when I was first playing. Like, not even like fucking pre-alpha shit. And then it got into like official alpha stage around like 0.5, and then it's... I was still playing... I think I was still playing around until like 0.64 or something like that. I don't even... Man, it's been a long time. I was there in like the early days of DayZ. I mean, not like the proto days, like where it was a mod on Arma 2, but at least when it came to the standalone, I mean, I wasn't there for like the early days, like 0.1, 0.2 and shit, but I mean, nonetheless, I mean, I was old Grizzlebit back in the old days. Back when pretty much the only guns you could find in the game were like an SKS, a Mosin, or an M16. That was literally it. Well, an AK too. There's like only like 4 guns aside from like a shotgun that you could probably find occasionally, and like a couple, and like 2 or 3 pistols. Like, there was like barely anything in that game when it came to like firearms and shit. So like whenever it came to like player interaction, like, it was so easy to figure out who's had what when it came to firearms, so you can kind of figure out, like, alright, that player out there has a Mosin, and that guy a shotgun, better not go that direction. You know, it's just like shit like that, you know, it's like, alright, made it pretty easy to deal with player interactions. Nowadays, like, it sounds like it probably don't mean shit anymore, because they probably have, like, a plethora of shit. I mean, the last time I was playing, they had, like, the AUG, like, 5, 6, or, like, they had, like, 9 different pistols and shit, including, like, a little 45 caliber Derringer they can have, you know, if you find, which are really common, like 1911 Makarov pistol, CZ75. They had, you know, a double barrel shotgun, and a top, down barrel one, and they had a top down barrel, 7.62 rifle as well, which is pretty cool. I think it was like a DBZ 58, I think? I forgot the name of the actual rifle, but it's a real gun, but it's actually a pretty cool breech loader weapon. And, you know, the Mosin, of course, the M16, you know, they had, you know, the, you know, usual shit like that. But they had, like, all sorts of other ones, too, on top of it, too. So, like, by the time I kind of fell out of it, they were actually kind of expanding on some stuff, but, like, the problem was, every time they did update it, more problems would fucking ensue, and the main issues that people wanted to address were never addressed. So it's just like, you know, a lot of people started falling out of the game, but now it seems like it's starting to bear fruit, and their, like, DayZ community is starting to kind of get revived again now at this point. Or has been, you know, it looks like. It looks like it, you know, kind of got revived. So, yeah. I'm actually going to check out some of that content, you know, probably. Go to bed, you know, check out some DayZ clips and see what that's about. See how DayZ's been holding up since I've last checked out. Because honestly, I really, you know, was, you know, and still do hope for the best for that game, because it's, I mean, when playing it, I was like, man, this is just, it's ripe with opportunity. And I have remembered hearing through the grapevine about, like, new maps, too, as well. So there's, like, different maps available at this point. which is amazing. That's great. So, honestly, I mean, it seems like it kind of came back, you know, all in all. So, I'm going to have to check it out, see what's up. I have it on my Steam account, so I don't have to buy it again. I just need the PC. But anyway, oh my fucking god, it's 3:50 in the morning. Jesus Christ. Man, it was a really long day at work, wasn't it? Fucking hell. Jesus. Oh my god. Well. Has been a little nice little long stream anyway. Yeah, I think my stomach is also calling some food, so probably a good little bow at this point to wrap it with. We got a nice little bow loaded anyway, so perfectly executed. Perfectly executed outro, I'm just saying, yes, beautiful, beautiful quality, yes. Anyway, got a nice little fun day tomorrow, so gonna call good now. So anyway, peace out, of course, and I shall see everybody in the next one. So, Rickle Pick.